Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Public Service Commission of South Carolina's hearing in docket number 2020-229-E. That is Dominion Energy South Carolina Incorporated's establishment of a solar choice metering tariff pursuant to South Carolina Code Annotated Section 58-40-20. Before we recessed, we were in the middle of cross-examination with Ms. Everett and Attorney Neal, I believe. And I want to pick up right where we were, but before we do that, let's take roll. Here in the hearing room with us, we have Commissioner Powers, Commissioner Thomas, Commissioner Caston, Vice Chair Belzer, and Chairman Williams. Joining us virtually, we have Commissioners Williams and Irvin. All right. So, Attorney Neal. Attorney.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, sir. The floor is yours, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Ms. Everett, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
I think next we were going to switch gears, and I was going to ask a question about a theme in your direct. I'll give an example for just a moment. Do you see this from page 50 of your direct about the question about whether the subscription rate creates a penalty?
Yes, I do.
And in your response, you testified that subscription is designed so the customer does not avoid paying these fixed costs that are attributable to all Solar Choice customers. These fixed costs are incurred to serve these customers, particularly for reliability of capacity, for supply and delivery, and cannot be avoided. The question I have first is, when you testified about those fixed costs that are incurred to serve those customers, you're there talking about Solar Choice customers, but you would agree that those are attributable to all residential customers, correct?
Yes, the costs of service are attributable to all customers.
And when you testified about those costs, you did not mean that Dominion incurred costs to serve specific individual households and that those households are locked in for those specific incurred costs until they are fully depreciated, did you?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again?
Yes, so when you testified that, that you're talking about these customers, these Solar Choice customers, you don't mean that the utility, the Dominion, incurred these costs to serve specific individual households, and that those specific individual households are locked in for those incurred costs until those costs are depreciated.
Okay, so the fact is that Dominion has incurred costs to create capacity and reliability for both generation and transmission and distribution to serve all customers, including the Solar Choice customers. Is it designed specifically for one customer? No, but it's designed collectively for all of them. And those customers continue to use those facilities. As I pointed out earlier when we were talking, that a customer is using the system at 5 o'clock in the morning to heat their home and turn their lights on, and that the distribution and transmission systems built as well as capacity were built to be able to provide that level of service at that time and at all times.
And so you would agree, though, that it's built to serve the aggregate system peak. It's not designed at the granular level of each individual household, correct?
It's true that the transmission system is designed for the system peak. The distribution system is a little bit more complex, and so the distribution systems could be are not necessarily designed to meet a system peak, but rather the local peak or the peak on a particular feeder.
And So again, we'll just, maybe to simplify things, talking about generation and transmission costs. When Dominion builds a new gas combined cycle plant or new high voltage transmission lines, it doesn't open a ledger with all of its then existing customers and a portion of fixed amount of that gas plant and transmission lines that must be recovered from each of those individual named customers, regardless of their later usage. You would agree with me about that, right?
That's correct.
And you would agree that Dominion's service territory in South Carolina is experiencing population growth. Isn't that right?
I'm not an expert on the load forecasts. Generally speaking, service territories are either flat to growing.
So you weren't aware that Dominion South Carolina President Blevins testified in the pending general rate case that Dominion Energy South Carolina had added 80,000 new customers since the company's last general rate case 8 years ago.
No, I'm not. But I will qualify that adding customers is not adding customers is one thing and adding load is another. So, but I defer to I guess witness Rooks to further clarify about load growth, because that's not something that I examined as for this docket.
Well,
I'm not he did either.
I understand, Ms. Everett, but you would agree that to the extent individual Dominion customers are reducing their average load by installing rooftop solar or by installing energy efficiency measures, other customers are coming online from the construction of new residential homes or apartment complexes, correct?
Generally, yes.
And by the same token, as more customers adopt rooftop solar, the company can plan its future generation and transmission needs accordingly. They can take that into account in deciding what additional capacity needs they might need in the future, correct?
Yes, solar adoption along with electric vehicle adoption and other types of technologies would certainly be part of a forecast for what their future needs would be.
Now I have some other questions about these, fixed, as you call them, fixed costs that are incurred to serve customers for reliability of capacity, for supply and delivery. If a residential customer, one without solar, we're not talking about a net metering customer, if they have to leave their home for a year because they have ailing parents and they're going to go care for their sick parents, as a result, that customer is going to use very little electricity in those months that they're not in their home. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And so that customer would not be paying their anticipated share of those fixed costs that were incurred by the utility for reliability of capacity or supply, correct?
For that, that is generally correct for that period of time. Yes.
Or if someone owns a vacation home that's only used occasionally on weekends or for occasional week-long getaways, that customer would use on average a lot less electricity than someone who's a year-long resident, and would also be paying a lot less towards those fixed costs that we've just been talking about. Isn't that right?
Generally speaking, yes. And you're kind of pointing out the importance of things like basic facilities charge that fully covers some of those fixed costs with respect to serving that customer, such as billing and metering and so on. So to the extent that these customers are continuing to be hooked up to the system and are receiving the benefit of service, that's what the intent of that basic facilities charge would be, and it should be sufficient enough to cover those costs.
But Ms. Everett, we were also talking here about, as I understood your testimony, the cost that the utility incurred for capacity, for supply and delivery, so the generation and transmission, in addition to distribution costs, in addition to customer service costs, correct?
Right, and those costs are generally included in the volumetric rate for residential customers, because residential customer rate design tends to be more simplistic as a whole.
And a residential customer could spend let's say they spent $15,000 on a comprehensive deep energy efficiency retrofit of an older, drafty home. That customer, as a result, could significantly reduce their average usage, and they also would be spending less than they had before towards those incurred costs for reliability of capacity and supply. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, you would agree that on average, efficiency improvements like that will reduce load, even if there's still variability in how that customer uses electricity, correct?
Correct.
And solar energy, rooftop solar, also reduces a customer's average load, even if there's variability in terms of when they're using electricity from Dominion or how much they're consuming behind the meter, correct?
Rooftop solar systems are a little bit different than energy efficiency for a couple of reasons. The first is that with energy efficiency, you're actually removing the high consuming appliance, if you will, or insulating the home and making the home overall more efficient. And that persists. So every time you turn your air conditioning on after you've installed an energy efficient air conditioner, you indeed experience the savings repeatedly. What is different about rooftop solar is that it is basically providing an energy benefit to customers. In other words, offsetting their kilowatt hour of use. But because of the intermittency of rooftop solar systems, particularly on an individual customer basis, it is likely that there are moments where the customer is consuming and the equipment is not providing the savings. And so that's a distinction I would like to make between energy efficiency equipment and a rooftop solar equipment.
Yeah, understanding that distinction from a system perspective, they both have the effect of reducing the kilowatt hours that a customer consumes, correct?
The kilowatt hours, yes.
And in addition, a customer could attach storage to their rooftop solar PV system, and that might provide additional value to the grid by discharging stored solar electricity when demand peaks, as signaled by time variant rates. Isn't that right?
That's possible, yes.
And wouldn't that make capacity available in those constrained peak hours to save other customers in Dominion's territory?
A battery would definitely help alleviate a battery that is dispatched as needed would help the grid capacity needs. Yes.
Now, switching gears a little bit, as a general matter, do you think it's reasonable for a utility to offer a discounted rate, volumetric rate, for customers who consistently use less electricity? For example, maybe a customer who uses less than 400 kilowatt hours a month, on the theory that it costs less to serve that customer?
I think you might be alluding to something like tiered rates, where customers consume up to a certain amount. If we're talking about your average customer, one of the reasons why volumetric rates work in the residential sector is because a customer's kilowatt hour use tends to be highly correlated with their capacity. And so I want to distinguish between capacity savings and energy savings. So if your rates are designed such that the energy component of your rate reflects the energy costs, then there's no need to provide a discount for a customer who's using less electricity than another customer. Similarly, capacity, again, because of this correlation or the fact that the number of kilowatt hours a customer uses is highly linked to the total demand or capacity that customer needs. Lower energy use generally follows lower capacity demand. So in general, volumetric rate structures, I would not agree that you would want to give discounts for low use customers as long as your rates are, as those volumetric rates are cost reflective.
So you aren't aware that Dominion currently offers a residential rate for customers who use less than 400 kilowatt hours a month that has a discounted volumetric rate?
I know that they have a tiered rate, and the rate 8 standard offering is a tiered rate. I thought the threshold was 800. If there's a specialized rate, you would have to ask witness Rooks about that. And there's probably a specific reason why that rate is being offered. I'm not privy to that.
Now, on a related note, would it be reasonable for a utility to offer a tariff that includes a steep discount in the volumetric rate during periods of system peak coincident demand?
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
Sure. Would it be reasonable, yes or no, would it be reasonable for a utility to offer a tariff that includes a steep discount in the volumetric rate in a period of time that coincides with the system coincident peak?
Generally speaking, you would want to make sure that your rates are reflective of costs. And so if those costs are happening at a peak, you would want your rates to reflect that.
So I guess just to put it a little bit differently, do you think it would be wise to send a price signal to go forth and use a lot of electricity by charging a discounted off-peak price during a time period that coincides with system peak demand?
Again, that's a complicated answer because there's several factors at play. What drives an off-peak price is not just total customer load, but really net load, which is load after a lot of renewables or must-run facilities, and also must be reflective of the actual market. So, and again, it also depends on what that rate is reflecting. If it's reflecting just the energy related costs, or if it's reflecting energy and capacity costs, so not including transmission and distribution, then the rate would be reflective. If your market costs or your energy costs are, say, later in the day, so marginal costs are higher at like 4 or 5 or 6 p.m. Even though total load may be higher than at say 2 or 3 or 4 in the afternoon. So it's a complicated equation. And you need to really look at it holistically as not just what load is doing, but what energy markets are doing.
Well, let's put it a little differently. If a significant number of customers had a discounted energy rate during a period that coincides with the system coincident peak demand, given how we've already discussed how Dominion, how its cost of service study allocates generation and transmission costs based on a summer afternoon peak, if a lot of customers respond to that lower price signal and use a lot more electricity, wouldn't that drive up costs for the whole class of ratepayers?
Again, it really depends upon the cost structure. And as I said, load is not the sole determinant of the costs. So total system load is not the only driver of costs. There are other drivers of costs, such as non-coincident peak, meaning when customers peak relative to when their actual demands are driving costs, and what the energy markets, what the dispatch curve looks like. And this is particularly becoming important as we start to see more and more renewable power coming on the line in South Carolina, where you start to see the benefits of solar power really reducing costs at the times of where have been typically system load. And so utility scale solar is helping to alleviate that and moving costs. And so the cost of actually generating a kilowatt hour is getting higher later in the day. So again, you can't look at just system load and determining whether or not a time of use period is a peak or off-peak time of use period is appropriate.
Well, just to be clear, Ms. Everett, the non-coincident peak is for that Dominion uses for distribution costs, correct?
Correct.
So when we're talking about allocating generation and transmission costs, they're using that summer coincident peak from 2 to 6 p.m. at the peak summer afternoon. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. You would agree, though, all other things being equal, if a customer's volumetric rate for electricity goes down, their economic incentive to invest in energy efficiency measures goes down as well, correct?
On average, if the customer's cost per kilowatt hour is lower than the economic decision to install energy efficiency would be impacted. I couldn't say that it's 1-for-1, but there would definitely be a consideration that a customer would take to making that decision.
And in your work in this case, did you analyze what effects the Dominion Solar Choice Tariff would have on customer adoption of energy efficiency or other demand-side management measures?
So this rate is designed specifically for these solar customers. I would argue that you have the same problem with customers who install rooftop solar. They may be incented to actually consume more because they have the rooftop generation. So we did not look at whether or not these 10,000 customers would be more or less inclined to install energy efficiency equipment. I do think, though, that they might be inclined to, as I say in my testimony, inclined to invest in other distributed energy resources, such as battery storage and electric vehicles.
So the answer is no, you didn't analyze whether or not dropping the volumetric rate to 6 cents and change per kilowatt hour for about 90% of the hours in a year, how that might affect adoption of energy efficiency measures for those customers, correct?
Let me put it this way. I did not analyze the implications of implementing a time of use rate on energy efficiency investment.
And I'm going to switch gears, and I think I'm almost at the end here. I have a question for you, and I am going to share my screen one more time. I have a question about your rebuttal testimony. Do you see here at page 15, you're addressing witness Barnes, and you say, assuming about the basic facilities charge. And you say, assuming witness Barnes is correct, which I disagree with, and the BFC, the basic facilities charge, incorrectly includes distribution costs, the result would be that these costs would be allocated instead to the subscription rate. I just have first of all, a question. When you said that, is it your testimony that you disagree with Mr. Barnes that the proposed $19.50 basic facilities charge includes distribution costs?
Correct. My understanding is the cost of service study done by Dominion includes in its customer charges costs related with serving the customer, which in utility lingo is what we frequently call meter to cash, meaning everything from installing a meter, billing, collections, rolling trucks, and servicing, and to some degree hooking up customers to the system. And so that's my understanding of the benefits charge. What I was arguing here was that I haven't done a detailed study of Dominion's cost of service study to be able to say yes or no as to whether or not witness bar's assertion that there are distribution costs included in the basic facilities charge.
And again, I'm just going to pull this up one more time. I think this is the last time. And here we're in, again, your rebuttal testimony at page 18. And you mentioned some of these costs, meter and billing that are driven by the fact that customers take service from DESC. And then you say, when I examine DESC's cost of service study, I determined these basic costs are not being fully recovered. So again, you did examine the cost of service study, correct?
I did.
And so you're aware that within what Dominion considers customer-related costs are secondary function of FERC accounts 364 to 365 overhead lines, and a secondary function of FERC account 366 to 367 underground lines. Were you aware that that distribution infrastructure is included in what Dominion considers customer-related costs to set the basic facilities charge?
As I said, I didn't study specifically what was included. What my comment here that you were quoting is that under the current cost of service study, the rate should be $19.50, I think it is, or I'm close. But the current basic facilities charge is about half that, and that was my point. You would have to potentially, I am not an expert on how DESC does cost of service. I will say, though, that the cost of service study that I examined was reasonable, aligned with what I've seen in other cost of service studies. And my comment really has to do with whether or not the basic facilities charge covers the costs that have been deemed appropriate to collect on a per customer basis.
Well, it sounds like then maybe your analysis of the cost of service study didn't include a review of how Dominion classifies a portion of transformers as customer related as well. Is that right?
Well, and transformers can be no, but transformers can be highly customer specific. And the point of a customer charge is to collect those costs that have been directly attributable to one or maybe one or two customers specifically. And that's a standard practice, is to make, because sometimes you have one customer, as you were mentioning, there's customers on the end of a very long line, and those costs are to be collected. Again, you know, in this docket, I had to rely upon commission or current available data and commission approved data to make my rate design, to the extent that there are decisions made in other dockets regarding how costs are allocated to customer or others, then you would correspondingly have a change in the tariff. And I think the point of this paragraph that you've been showing is to say that you can say that the benefits facilities charge is or is not correct. You can say it should be $10 instead of $19. The point of this paragraph in my testimony is that $10 that you don't, that $9.50 that you don't collect through the benefits facilities charge has to be collected somewhere else. So it's not like those costs disappear because they aren't being allocated as customers. So that's really the point of this part of my testimony.
I understand that. I think you've already said that you disagreed with Witness Barnes that the BFC includes distribution costs. And it sounds like maybe the real answer is you hadn't reviewed the details of the cost of service study to know that the BFC includes a significant number of distribution costs, correct?
I haven't reviewed, no, I am not their cost of service. I did not perform their cost of service study.
Now, are you familiar with something called the basic customer method?
There's a lot of different, Could you please tell me what you?
Sure. So under the basic customer method, all shared distribution plant, poles, wires, transformers is classified as demand related. And again, here would be then use the non-coincident peak allocator. And though only those costs that most directly vary with customer number, such as the things you mentioned in your testimony, service drops, meters, billing, customer service, that those are then classified as customer related. Are you familiar with that construct?
Yes.
And so again, you've said you didn't do a full cost of service analysis. So you would agree you did not do an analysis of what the customer related costs would have been under the basic customer method in this case, correct?
As I said, there's, Dominion has performed a cost of service study for their general rate case. That cost of service study is being fully, as I understand it, being fully vetted in front of the commission, not as we speak, but currently. And at least my study upon that cost of service, it's not my testimony to opine on whether or not the way that they're doing their cost of service study is appropriate.
If you give me just one moment. I apologize. I think I'm almost done, Chair Williams. All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. NCSEA does not have any questions.
Vote Solar.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and good morning still, Ms. Everett.
Good morning.
I know it was an early start. Hopefully it's not going to be a super long day. I'll do my best. That'll be our shared goal here.
There we go.
Want to quickly follow up on your conversation with Mr. Knapp. I think he brought up a really important point here. So existing customers, and we've discussed their two timelines at which their grandfathering rights expire, 2025, the end of 2025 for the first largest tranche, as Mr. Cassis and I discussed yesterday, and then a smaller tranche at the end of 2029 or in June of 2029. So my question is, when you develop the solar choice metering tariff, had you considered what the default rate would be for those existing customers when they rolled off?
So my understanding is that the customers, when they roll off of the existing NEM rate, will have the option of moving onto the solar choice tariff. But I also believe, and you can confirm this with witness Rooks, that the customer may have an option of choosing some of the other solar options.
Okay, and if in your experience at a utility, would you acknowledge sometimes customers don't respond to bill inserts, or they may not know that change is coming, and they may not take any action or make an election? Would you agree that there should be at least a default setting that they can expect this rate will apply on this date if I take no action?
So I think what you're getting into is kind of the communications that need to happen to the customer with the implementation of this rate. I think implementation is being covered by witness Rooks, so that might be a question best asked of him.
Sure, and I will take that up with them. But in terms of what the Act 62 and specifically Chapter 40, the solar choice provisions of Act 62, would you agree that they do call for consideration of transition issues? So whether or not additional mitigation is required, for example, for existing customers.
So you're referring to a section in Act 62 that talks about administrative burdens?
Oh, no, specifically, I can pull up the statute to get to it.
That would be helpful, thank you.
whether additional mitigation is required for existing customers as they transition to a new rate. And I apologize, I'm flat-footed. I should have that bill memorized.
No, I think, yeah, shouldn't we all? I think you're talking about section C and section 58-27-845C. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, and I apologize again for being flat-footed. I'm going to pull up that statute and give you the exact site. Yeah, it's under paragraph F, subsection C. It says whether additional mitigation measures are warranted to transition existing customer generators.
Okay. Section F, what, I'm sorry, F what?
F, the subsection was C. So it's whether additional mitigation measures are warranted.
Okay. Yes, I see it. Okay, I'm just reading the lead into it. One moment, please. Right, so the lead-in paragraph, if I'm correct here, is a solar choice metering tariff shall include a methodology to compensate customer generators for the benefits provided by their generation to the power system and determining the appropriate billing mechanisms and energy measurement interval. The commission shall consider A, metering capability, B, interaction of the tariff, and C, whether additional mitigation measures are warranted. That's what you're referring to, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm with you now. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. So in your preparation and development of the solar choice metering, did you consider whether additional mitigation measures were warranted for existing customers?
The fact that these customers have the benefit of being on this tariff for 10 years, when they joined the net energy metering program, and are being transitioned in 2025 through or 2029, that period of time of 5 to 10 years from now felt to be is consistent with considering how these customers might be impacted. Remembering that other things will be happening during that 5 to 9 years, not the least of which is what Dominion Energy's electricity rates will be and the benefits that the customer will receive from their system.
But in terms of considering mitigation, you would first have to know what that impact might be. So it's if someone's going to jump from a first-story window, you might just need a mattress, but a 10-story window, you might need something else, right?
Right. So yes, and that's outlined in our because the cost shift numbers that I discussed are also related to the bill savings. So customers continue to experience bill savings even after existing customers would continue to experience bill savings. Under the solar choice tariff, we are reducing the cost shift by approximately 75%. So there's still some measure of value that these customers will be benefiting, and they will continue to be able to consume electricity behind the meter, and they will continue to receive a fair compensation for exports. So all those things were considered in designing the rate.
But to be clear, Dominion does not have hourly interval data for their existing customer generators at this time.
I would have to defer to Witness Brooks on exactly how many customers have the interval meter data available. I do know that generally speaking, most customers, as Witness Cases said yesterday, a lot of customers are transitioning to full hourly meters over the next couple of years within Dominion service territory. So certainly by the time the first tranche of customers are converting over to this rate, they will have a few years of interval data to operate with.
Okay, but and I will follow up with Mr. Rooks about that. But if we were to assume that they did not have access to their hourly interval data, and maybe we can step back and I can relate my experience as a PG&E customer one day. I recall being able to get onto the website and look at my hourly usage and see what the bill impacts would be to me if I were to switch to a different rate from like E1 to E6. Do you agree that that's a useful tool to have?
I do agree that it's useful for customers to understand the implications of moving from one tariff to another.
And your hope would be when someone moves to a time of use rate, they would actually respond to the time of use rate and change their behavior. So maybe their bills would be lower, but they need that information to have some comfort that they're not going to be facing $50 increase a month, for example.
Right. But generally speaking, the education and outreach that you do for a customer that moves on to a time of use rate isn't necessarily looking at their individual load profiles, because they're really quite different for those various different customers. More about educating them about the fact that they shouldn't really be running their dishwasher, their washing machine, and cooking dinner and be on the internet all at the same time. It's about helping them understand that that when you're using appliances on simultaneously, you're increasing your use. And so the idea is to teach them about that and to teach them to try to do things, and the messaging typically that you see, and I'm sure you've seen it in California, is to be mindful about when you consume electricity and move your electricity from those peak periods.
And to the best of your knowledge, has Dominion, as it relates to the solar choice metering tariff, produced any such educational materials to educate the public about how they could benefit?
I'm not aware of what they do for their current time of use rates and options there.
Okay, but for the solar choice tariff that you helped develop, there have been no efforts to develop educational materials as far as you're aware.
Not to my knowledge, no.
And are you aware of whether Dominion has a similar interface that I just described from PG&E, where they could look at their rate and could see what their bill would be if they switch rates?
I do. You mean from the standard rates to other time of use rates? I am not aware of it. I would like to caveat that California is moving to mandatory time of use, and so these tools are essential to a mandatory transition, like the state of California is doing. Remember, these time of use rates are still optional for customers.
And I'm glad you mentioned the transition to mandatory time of use in California. Is it your understanding that a mitigation measure was to provide like a best bill provision to let customers have a gradual adjustment to how their bills were changing and how their rates are being charged?
For the first year.
Okay. Now, wouldn't you need to have every existing customer's interval data if you wanted to do a true bill impacts analysis? And by that, I mean a distribution of what percentage of bill savings are going away or bill increases are happening for that whole body of ratepayers.
Generally speaking, sampling of customers has been a standard practice in the industry, because having individual hourly meters has been is only a recent phenomena, and even then, not all customers are on those interval meters, and so I think you can still sufficiently understand what customers are, what customer behavior might be through appropriate sampling, which is my understanding what Dominion does, and so again, I think that as we talk about transitioning these customers, we're specifically talking about transitioning these customers. The interval meter data that you speak of should be available by 2025, if I understand their program correctly. But again, getting customers to modify their behavior isn't about studying their daily use. It's about educating them on the types of behaviors that they can change.
Okay, but you would agree with me that as it concerns this docket and how existing customers might be impacted by what's being proposed here, one, we don't know if it's going to be mandatory on them or where they actually will roll off to if they take no action. And two, we don't know what the bill impacts would be for that individual.
For the individual customer, at this point, I don't know. I don't know what Dominion has in store for 2025.
Okay, but at this point, while this docket is being considered, it'd be really hard for every customer out there to know how this uniquely impacts them.
So yes. So let me be clear. It's impacting customers who choose to install rooftop solar after this rate goes into effect. Customers who are currently on the tariff, as I think you've noted, would not be impacted until 2025 or later. And there, I think, there's equal uncertainty. I mean, again, a customer has to also understand what the load profile of their generator is going to be as well. So, there's a lot going into the equation for whether or not a customer makes a decision to install a generator system.
Right, but for those that already have made that decision, you would agree that what happens in this docket could dictate, if nothing happens in between, that could dictate what their rate is in 2026.
Yes, depending upon what happens in between, yes.
Okay. One last thing I want to cover, and hopefully this won't be too long. So you note on your, I think this is the bottom of page 1 of your direct, you talk about your qualifications.
Yeah.
Experience at PG&E. You state that you, quote, led the development and design of alternative rate designs. And I can wait if you want to wait until you're there.
I'm getting there, yeah.
Sorry about that.
No worries. A lot of paper. Yes, okay.
We have generated a lot of paper here. So the quote was that you led development and design of alternative rate designs for distributed energy resources, such as a successor to the net energy metering, net energy metering successor tariff.
Correct.
Okay, so in your role there at PG&E, would you say that you were primarily responsible for developing PG&E's proposal in that docket?
It was PG&E has in that docket the customer care organization led the design of the net energy metering program, and my team supported the rate design and provided the expert witnesses for the rate design. But it was definitely a joint effort amongst many leaders within PG&E.
Okay. And in that case, we were in somewhat similar posture as we are here. There was an act of the legislature saying to the commission, look at net metering and adopt a successor tariff by X date. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that there are some similarities in the statutes between California and South Carolina in terms of there being a balance between addressing allocating cost and benefits and ensuring that the solar market continues to grow?
Yeah, but I would say also that Act 62 is much more clear from my reading of it, much more clear about wanting to specifically address the cost shift. That was not necessarily something that was front and center in the California docket.
And have you heard of this phrase called the Tetris effect?
I can imagine what it means, but go ahead.
It's where you see something so often, you close your eyes, you can still see it kind of blinking in your.
Sure. Yeah.
So would you agree that after this docket, you're going to have that effect to the greatest extent practicable?
That wording, well, yes, I will be thinking about that a fair amount, yes.
And working in the net metering 2.0 in California, would you agree that the phrase grow sustainably is one of those things that was prevalent in that docket?
I think that would be fair.
And that grow sustainably referred to growth, the solar market or the customer options to go solar.
Correct.
And would you agree that at least that on that level, that's analogous to don't disrupt the solar market or continue to grow and enable the solar market and customer use of DER?
I think that that's a part of it, but I think it's also, grow in a reasonable fashion, to sustain it in a reasonable fashion. And, it's interesting that we're talking about California because California provides some really useful lessons for South Carolina. The specific docket that you're speaking of, as an example, the resulting rate design change that happened was asking customers, and it was forward-looking, it wasn't backward-looking. So that's number one. Number two, it was requiring the implementation of time of use rates, and those time of use rates are in the process of being modified. And then lastly, a small change to the export credit to account for costs. But effectively, the rate design stayed quite similar to what it was prior to NEM 1, what we call NEM 1.0. And there was significant growth in California between when that rate passed, which was in early 2016, and today. And just recently, the commission has opened a new docket for a NEM 3.0 to address further refinements to the NEM tariff, because it's recognized that the solar industry is doing well. But California's cost shift problem is in the billions. So the amount of cost shift that's been quantified by the utilities is quite significant. And so it's a cautionary tale of kicking the can down the road and making small changes in rates today relative to creating a long-term sustained rate design. And that's also what's fair for the solar customers because they know what they're going to have.
Well, I think we can certainly be relieved to allow other people to deal with what's happening right now in California and the docket to handle that.
Sure enough.
And we can focus here, and you would agree that the level of penetration of solar in PG&E is far, far higher than currently in Dominion's territory.
That's true, in part because of the favorable conditions. I mean, PG&E's retail rate is 25 cents a kilowatt hour.
Right, thank you.
At the lowest, it can be size 50.
And let me ask you just a little bit about your input in developing PG&E's proposal in that docket. Did you take into account the statute when you developed that proposal?
There were, yes, and there were some also some guiding principles that the commission had passed with respect to rate reform that were also considered.
Okay, and in that case, would you agree that PG&E considered a $3 per kW demand charge, and that was determined to be over a 60-minute interval for residential customers? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And,
to best of my recollection. It was a while ago.
Oh, sure it was. Tetris effect or not. With PG&E's demand charges on other rates, would you agree that's usually determined on a max 15-minute average demand?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
For other demand charges on PG&E's rates, would you agree that those were typically under a shorter window? 15-minute is when you determine the average demand.
Yeah, you mean for large commercial industrials? I believe that's right, yeah.
Right, and so you would agree a 60-minute is a bit of a mitigation from a 15-minute charge, that you would end up with a higher demand if you had a shorter time to average it over.
Generally speaking, that's true.
And would you agree that in that docket, PG&E recommended an export rate of 9.7 cents per kilowatt hour?
I am, yeah.
And that was higher than PG&E's avoided cost rate at the time, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And you alluded to some of what the commission decided in that case. did they adopt a minimum bill provision?
The PG&E already has a minimum bill.
Okay, but in that docket, did they address minimum bill as it concerned the mandatory TOU rate?
No, because it was already embedded in the mandatory TOU rate.
Okay, and we can move on, I do believe. Let's see, one last question. You have conducted a survey of net metering across many jurisdictions between the generic docket.
Yes.
But you do not mention Dominion's other operating territories and what policies they have in place. Are you aware of what other states Dominion has retail electric operations?
I believe North Carolina and Virginia. And both North Carolina and Virginia, in my testimony in the generic docket, I did include North Carolina and Virginia in that survey.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks for correcting that. And are you aware that Virginia recently changed their law to expand their net metering program from 1% to up to 6%?
I'm not intimately familiar with what is happening with them, but that sounds familiar.
Okay, so you wouldn't be aware of no other changes to net metering were required before that 6%. You haven't reviewed that.
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Well, I think that does it. I wanted to get done before 1, and here we are. So thank you very much for your time. It was nice talking to you.
Good talking to you.
Mr. Chairman, no more questions for this witness. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you very much. Office of Regulatory Staff.
No questions from ORF.
Okay. Now is a good time for a lunch break. Please come back at 2 o'clock. We're in recess until 2 p.m. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed lunch. We're back at the Public Service Commission of South Carolina in the hearing of Docket 2020-229-E, Dominion Energy South Carolina Incorporated, establishment of a solar choice metering tariff pursuant to South Carolina Code Annotated Section 5840-20. Before we start with commissioner questions, we're going to take roll. Here in the hearing room with me is Commissioner Powers, Commissioner Thomas, Commissioner Caston, Vice Chair Belzer, and of course, me, Commissioner Williams, Chairman Williams, I should say, and joining us virtually are Commissioners Williams and Urban. Ms. Everett?
Yes.
All right. Now the time
Afternoon.
for commissioner questions for Ms. Everett. The floor is open for commissioners.
Mr. Chairman,
Vice Chair Belzer.
thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Everett. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your testimony and for being with us again.
Thank you for having me.
I think Mr. Neal referenced page 51 of your direct testimony, and I'm going to reference it for a slightly different reason. Give you a second to get there.
Okay.
Okay. I'm on lines.
Vice Chair Belzer, if you would allow me to address Ms. Everett. Ms. Everett, if you would maybe put your microphone a little bit closer to your mouth or move it away from your papers. We're picking up the shuffling of your papers over your voice at times.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
no worries at all. Good to go, Joey? All right. Thank you so much. Vice Chair Belzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Everett, I'm looking at lines 3 and 4. The sentence actually begins on line 1, but you reference adoption of emerging technologies such as storage, advancing innovation, and adoption of these promising technologies. And I'm just curious about what you're aware of as far as innovation and promising technologies that we're possibly looking at.
Certainly, there continues to be evolution in the ability for customer generators to be integrated with the grid, for example, and have their generation dispatchable. That's starting to be excuse me. That's starting to be something that we're seeing, not a whole lot of, but it's certainly an emerging opportunity. And to the extent that these generators, which currently are intermittent and basically operate as they operate, if they can be better controlled to dispatch as needed, would be more valuable to the distribution system in particular. I would also say that this rate design is encouraging, as I said, for batteries, but also for electric vehicles. So you can start to see customers installing rooftop solar systems to charge their electric vehicles, because in part of the way that the rate design is structured with the low off-peak rates. And so in general, creating a time of use rate with the type of differential that we see should start to move people more towards storage, and then as we can create controls and dispatchability, it's in things like demand response programs and things like that, demand response technologies and things like that. It's much more.
But these are things in the future. They are not necessarily, other than storage, they're not necessarily available today. Is that correct?
That's a fair statement to a good degree. You know, what we're really trying to emphasize here is that by creating this type of rate structure, you're creating the right incentives for technologies, and the markets will follow the rate design. So as you implement time of use rates, specifically with these types of DERs, you're creating those opportunities.
Okay. Now, in some of your questioning or answers to questions, and I think this may have been in response to a question from Mr. Cully, I jotted down the phrase to make my rate design. So are you the architect of this rate design that is being proposed here?
It was definitely a collaborative effort. I own it as presenting it here, so I refer to it as mine. But it was definitely a collaboration with, with Dominion, and oriented towards trying to meet the goals and objectives of Act 62, which is one of the critical aspects of designing rates, is that you want to keep the end in mind. What is it that you're trying to accomplish?
And under this rate design, as I read the tariff, the exhibits attached to witness Rook's testimony, there's a base facilities charge, there's a subscription fee with a minimum subscription fee, an energy charge, and then a credit per month for anything exported onto the grid. Is that correct? Are those
that? Yeah, yes, and that energy time charge and export credits are both time differentiated.
Right, that's the time of use piece. Is that
correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Now, are there other rate designs that would accomplish that y'all considered other than what was selected? There
are some other options that could be considered. I think witness Ori outlined some of the types of rate tools, as we sometimes refer to them, and they have similar. Some of them may have similar characteristics, but are a little bit more difficult for certain customers to adopt to. So there are certainly other options, but given the goals of Act 62, we feel like what we put together here and the tools that we're implying are really addressing those components. And I think that, Ori has mentioned that, this rate design has those hallmarks. A specific example of a rate design, I think that an alternative would be a demand charge, as represented by Mr. Ori. But we find that demand charges are more complicated for customers, especially residential customers, to truly understand. They don't get the concept of demand charges, but they understand what it means to install a rooftop solar system of a specific size. So that's one of the considerations. Okay. And let me clarify my question a little bit. Did y'all, in coming up with this rate design, discuss any alternatives? Certainly, yeah. I mean, demand charge, again, in part because that was something that the witness Ori has noted as an appropriate rate design for DERs. We did consider that, but we quickly moved towards the subscription for the reasons I mentioned. Okay. And with the base facilities charge, I think you also referenced that there is a current rate case pending. And I believe, unless for the residential tariff that is proposed here, I believe the BFC was $19.50. Is that correct? That's correct. And that was the BFC that was asked for in the rate case. Is that correct? I don't know exactly what was asked for in the rate case. I do know that it is consistent with what is considered to be the customer-related cost per customer. Yeah. What if the rate case ends up with a different BFC? Would it matter as far as this tariff is concerned? I think as far as this tariff concerns, I don't think it would materially matter if because what would happen is you would basically move the BFC into the minimum. What was not covered by the BFC would move into the subscription charge, as I mentioned earlier in my cross-examination. Okay. And that was another
point that I wanted to make. If there were changes to any of these let's say the three components for what the customer would be taking from Dominion, the BFC, the subscription fee, and the energy charge, because I think the credit, we'll leave that alone. It's a little different. To change one would require some sort of adjustment in the other components. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You've talked about and described the cost shift, and I appreciate the detail which you described the cost shift, but has the cost shift been quantified in any manner? Total, what it's going to add to a kilowatt, anything like that?
We have, using the estimates of the cost shift that are in my testimony, Witness Rooks will go into this in greater detail, but I can tell you that on a per customer annual bill basis, it's around $16, about $1.40 a year, a month, multiplied by 12. It computes to be about 1/10 cent on a per kilowatt hour basis. And that's the current cost shift. Remember that this current cost shift is only going to grow as more customers enroll. And even with the solar choice rate design, where we're reducing the cost shift by about 75%, it really, the current levels will be sustained until customers transition, existing customers transition, and there will still be a small cost shift at the end. But it's right now, it's about 1/10 penny, but it will increase.
Okay. And per kilowatt, 1/10 penny per kilowatt hour.
Correct.
No, per kilowatt or kilowatt hour?
Per kilowatt hour.
Okay.
The non-participant is paying an additional additional 1/10 penny per kilowatt hour.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification and making sure that I'm saying it correctly. I think that's all I have. Thank you very much, Ms. Everett. I appreciate your attention to my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Any other commissioners with questions for Commissioner Powers? And then Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Everett, first, thank you for getting up so early. If I understand it right, you're in California.
Yes.
So when we had lunch, you got to have brunch. So
that's right. I'm awake now.
We appreciate your testimony. And I would like to say that your use of the word banking has really helped me as a new commissioner to understand some things and to put it into a different focus. And that really, I like that. One thing, following up on Vice Chairman's questions, we're talking about battery storage and things. If a customer had on-site battery storage, that would reduce expenses for Dominion or for a utility and would help with the cost shift, would it not?
Correct, because what would happen is the customer would be able to use all of their potentially use all of their generation behind the meter.
Well, one thing that I'm trying to figure out, under your proposal, it seems to me the financial attractiveness of new solar for rooftops would be somewhat reduced. Could you quantify the difference between current and expected payback period for a residential customer's solar installation between existing rates now and what Dominion proposed their rates? It seems to me the change in rates mean you've got to be that much younger to even think about putting in some sort of solar storage. Is there any way that you could put those or quantify those amounts?
So that analysis was performed, and it's covered by Witness Robinson, my colleague, and so he has some details on that. I will note that the concept of storage with rooftop solar really only becomes economic if the customers don't get are not getting the banking benefit. So the banking benefit that that you just mentioned earlier behaves to some degree like storage, and a customer is not going to be incented to install storage if they can get the same thing by just banking a kilowatt hour over the course of the year.
Okay. Well, a lot of this really is about economics. I know I only saw once where it was mentioned in your testimony about potential lost revenues, but actually, and you've listened in on some of the other testimony, have you not?
I have.
I just Act 62 creates kind of what I call a massive responsibility to move in the direction of reducing carbon emissions, use of solar, and I wonder this increase and this cost shift by increasing the cost, doesn't the really cost shift go back to the solar customer or the green power? Isn't that contrary to the purpose of Act 62?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question. Are you saying that that because there's benefits?
Well, I mean, we're talking all kind of benefits in reducing carbon emissions. We're talking about societal,
Right.
environmental benefits. But if we're talking about shifting cost under what Dominion is talking about, really you're shifting the cost back to the solar customer. And I know you've heard the other testimony. Doesn't some of this cost shift go back to the corporation too? I mean, it's been stated that you have a carbon reduction goal, and this act pushes that, does it not?
Right. And so I think what you're referring to is the cost shift creates a benefit, perhaps, and that benefit is received by all customers. So I would say, a couple things to that. Firstly, the solar customers are getting some of that benefit through our subscription rate. So the rate is designed to give them the benefit for the benefits that are provided to non-participants are actually credited to the participants. So there's a direct benefit shift there, if you will. But when you start getting into benefits that are a little more intangible, harder to measure, and don't directly impact Dominion's operational costs, you start to get into paying customers to take those activities and to create those benefits, but similarly asking non-participants to pay for them. And that's really where the cost shift is coming there. One could probably look at a lot of these benefits with respect to reduced carbon and so on, but they don't directly translate to a reduction in costs for Dominion.
Well,
and I'm sorry, go ahead.
It just seems that this is something new and it's something important, and it's going to happen. It seems to me everybody's going to have to kick in a little bit, and I think, couldn't you see where this affects what their revenue requirement is in the future? Or the income?
Yeah, so certainly what their revenue requirement in the future and how it's impacted by the benefits of rooftop solar. And that is what is captured with the avoided cost analysis that we do. So we actually look at what these future costs are, and we project them out through actually through the 25 years life cycle that was debated at the generic docket. So those are included and meant to sort of they are included in the benefits and not included in the cost shift.
Okay.
So that's
Going
excluded.
back to my first question, I think you said another witness can tell us how long I got to have solar for it to be worthwhile.
Correct.
Okay, and that witness would be?
Witness Robinson.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Everett, for helping us understand this proposed new rate Commissioner Powers really kind of brought out some of the questions that I had, and your answers were very helpful. But let me I guess just one little follow-up question. So these new proposed rates are proposed rates only for the solar customers, and so they don't really right now have any impact on the non-solar customers. And those impacts would come into play in a future rate case proceeding. And so basically, some of the costs of that the solar customers have on the system are being shifted to those customers. And so I guess theoretically then my question is that since those customers are picking up more of the cost, then the residential customers would be benefiting, and their rates would not go up as much as they otherwise would. Is that a reasonable understanding?
True, to the extent that that there's savings from these rooftop systems. And again, if we kind of think about it separately between the banking versus the rate design. So migrating to a elimination of the banking cost shift and really focusing on a rate design that promotes as much behind the meter consumption as possible, and really incenting customers to maximize the amount of electricity they use behind the meter. That cost reduction, that forecasted cost reduction, would be indeed reflected in rates. But we have to be concerned too that there still remains a cost shift if some of the parts of the rate design are not adopted, or the export credit does not reflect Dominion's actual cost of service, or avoided costs.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Chair Williams?
Commissioner Caston.
I think I can still say good morning, correct?
Yes, yes.
Ms. Everett, thank you. I can only think about these things, ask questions about these things, kind of the way I understand them. So if my understanding is skewed or just sounds dumb, it's okay to point it out. Oh, and Vice Chair Belcher's question on the emerging technologies brought to mind the 1.21 gigawatt flux capacitor. Are you familiar with that?
I am not.
Well, you need to watch Back to the Future and come.
Oh, okay. So I was wondering. Well, that flux capacitor I am indeed familiar with. It
would be nice if we come up with that. We can use banana peelings.
Exactly.
Do you happen to have a copy of this, I guess, section, let's see, 5840 I think 40, section D2.
One moment.
It's kind of like a roadmap. I mean, you know, we're talking about section 5840-20 and it's kind of like following a roadmap to me. Okay, this is what it says. Okay, it requires us to do this, and then it refers to that. But as I look at section D2, the cost of service implications, do you see that?
Yes.
Give you a second to read it. What does that mean to you, that section?
So with this, the way that I would think about this is that when we talk about cost of service implications, you're really talking about how a specific group of customers, these customer generators, are impacting the cost of their customer class, and whether or not they're increasing or decreasing that cost of service is how I would think about that. And in fact, that was, you know, how we kind of looked at that with respect to the rate design, in the idea of making sure that we understood what benefits these customers are providing, and to Dominion and its customers in general, as well as any costs that are incurred as a result, and that is the basis of our avoided cost.
In your opinion, has Dominion complied with that section?
I believe it has. I mean, it does mention here examine as a separate class within a cost of service study. And so what we did do is we looked at what an average NEM customer profile is currently, and we applied the cost of service metrics, the unit cost of service metrics, to kind of come up with what that customer's cost of service is, and which is also consistent with the rates that they're currently on. So we did examine this, and I believe we're compliant with this because we have considered those. And we specifically include the benefits of the expected behind the meter generation that these customers will have. We included that credit specifically into our rate design, because these customers are creating a benefit, so should pay slightly less than their counterparts because of that benefit.
Well, you know, as I've probably said before, I tend to simplify things and let other people complicate them for me. My initial thought when I just think about things like, if I were doing this, what would I do? Which doesn't mean it's the right way, by the way. But, you know, my first thought was, well, this is definitely a group that would be easy. Well, I don't know if I'd say easy, but tangible, measurable way to do a separate rate class. But nonetheless, relative to Dominion's cost of service study, in your opinion, were there methods, cost allocations, and so on, were they in line with the industry standards, norms?
Absolutely. Most utilities do use embedded cost of service studies, as discussed in my testimony, defined in my testimony, to do allocation. And so they are definitely within best practices. And I want to say that I agree that a separate customer class is certainly something that may be beneficial in the future. Right now, this is something that is a little contentious in our industry. And that's probably one of the reasons why, too, that it's not being proposed. It was one of the challenges. I know somebody was noting what was going on in Nevada. But certainly creating a separate customer class pretty much isolates the cost shift to that customer class, as you've noted. So I want to recognize that point.
Well, we certainly don't want to dip our toe into anything that's contentious. Like, relative to Dominion's cost of service studies, and considering ORS's approach, Dr. Ori, I believe, was ORS's approach more comprehensive than was required by Act 62, in your opinion? Or do you have an opinion on that?
I believe that Witness Ori's proposal is more aggressive at addressing the cost shift than Dominion's. And we sort of sit in between, if you will, with having still a bit of a cost shift as we recognize. But Mr. Ori's, witness Ori's testimony really does address the cost shift very thoroughly.
So would you say the ORS's cost of service study was more comprehensive than Dominion's?
I would say it's more their rate design and their rate proposal is more is more aggressive. He basically used the same types of cost of service analytics that I used in the rate design.
Okay. Then does ORS's approach constitute maybe a more thorough approach than Dominion's in addressing cost shift?
I would agree. It's definitely more. It reduces the cost shift more. Yes.
And as I think about peaking and all the discussions, again, I tend to think the way that I think based on what I did. In an industry I was in, which, you know, we had rates, we were concerned about rates, but the things that drove us, the things that were important to our industry were demands and demand profiles, usage profiles. And things like, you know, peak hour, peak day, maximum day, max hour, average day, those things mean different things to different people. They meant certain things to us when it came to how much water supply do we need, what size treatment plant, what size lines, what size storage. And I suspect it's fairly similar in the electric industry. Is that reasonable to assume?
It is, and I've actually done some water rate design, so I understand what you're saying. And so yes, there's a lot of parallels between what you do on the water side versus electricity side. Obviously, the technologies are different, and there's certain constraints that are different. But generally speaking, you're right. You design rates based on the things that drive your costs.
When it was very important to us, especially trying to maintain peaks or control peaks and such as that, because we didn't want to invest a gazillion dollars in a capital expenditure just because we had one day of something that required us to upgrade something. So that matters.
Yes.
With that said, and it's kind of the way I think about things, when is rooftop solar most efficient and effective?
It tends to be most efficient and effective in the middle of the day. And as you know, with the with the cycle of the sun, and so it tends to generate the most electricity typically. And Mr. Witness Robinson has more details on actual profiles that he used in his analytics, but the profiles that I've seen show a substantial amount of production pretty much between either the middle of like 11 o'clock on through to about 4 or 5. It gets a little bit later in the evenings when you have longer days.
And it makes sense. That makes sense. Well, again, I tend to think these kind of things, at least in our industry, certainly you had these max days or peak hours. There's a big industrial fire and it's the hottest day of the year, you know, all the things lined up to give you that issue. But when it came to just looking at an average, just a day, a normal day, when did our demands pick up? Because it was important to us, because we need to make sure we had the tanks filled or whatever, or you don't want to get behind the 8 ball. Right. Typically, I mean, I can tell you when it was. When do you think during a normal day does the demand normally pick up? Whether it's water, whether it's electric, whether it's sewer? When does it normally pick up?
The demand usually picks up somewhere around late afternoon, like 3 to 5. And then and because in part you have commercial load still going, and then you have residential load coming, and then residential customers continue to consume into the evenings, really curtailing at about 10 or 11 o'clock at night as people go to bed. I imagine water has a similar profile, although I would imagine water has a morning peak as well.
You nailed it. Because, and I won't go into detail, but if you think about first thing we typically want to do when we get up in the mornings, and typically when we get home from work, you can bank on it. So, when I think about the way we view things, was the peaking mattered, and when these demands occurred and how the usage was, that matters. So with all this, as we just discussed, you know, when solar is the most effective and efficient, and then when the demands are probably needed, does that matter? Does that affect cost?
To some degree. Now, the thing that's challenging about solar, in particular, is two things. Firstly, in the winter, it's not available when that peak happens. So that peak is typically happening, you know, first thing in the morning as people are getting up, they're turning their heat on, and they're getting ready for work, and buildings are turning up and warming back again. So that peak is occurring between about 5 and 8 a.m. and the sun's not out yet. So you're not getting any protection for that peak. So it's not helping with that peak. It is true that it helps with the summer peak, but it's also an intermittent resource. And what I mean by that is that it's not always there. And so as a planner, particularly a utility that's trying to make sure that it has sufficient capacity needs to meet demand, that it is planning for those events when the high probability event that the customer is going to be needing the system. And so to the extent that an intermittent resource does not help curtail that, it does not have an impact on cost. It does not create the benefit for transmission capacity and distribution.
I understand, because from our perspective, well, the utility I was at, perspective, to be an effective utility, we had to provide service 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. That was the expectation, period.
That's right.
And to be efficient, we had to do it with as few resources as possible, not just cash. Because all those lines are in the ground for a reason. They had to be a certain size based on things that required them to be that size. So I'm going to ask you one other thing. Actually, I asked Mr. Cases, and I think in your response to Vice Chair Belcher, if I understood you correctly, you said the cost shift for the residential was $16 per year?
That's about right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what it is for commercial? Is it still at $585 or, you know, about?
I don't recall, but I do know that Witness Brooks has that information.
Well, I'll ask them, because as I was kind of going through those numbers, and I'm not sending a text. I'm using my calculator because I'm not smart enough to figure this stuff. As I was kind of just looking at numbers just for numbers' sake, it appeared that if these numbers are accurate and if the cost shift is what it is, we're talking about probably 80 to 100 million, plus or minus, either way, I don't know, dollars. and I know it's not the same as I guess, previous rate case, which I think they were requesting, I can't remember, 170 million, 180 million, I don't recall. But that's anywhere to maybe 50 to 60% of that, I'm not sure. But I'm trying to get my head around these things. On the one hand, you know, certainly understand the concerns, don't want to damage, you know, unnecessarily or kind of like the Hippocratic Oath, first do no harm, don't want to. On the other hand, I well remember the customers calling in that didn't want one penny more than they had to pay. And we're talking about $70 to $100 million to subsidize, if I'm understanding it based on what Mr. Casey said, or do you agree with this? Is that money going towards subsidizing about 11,000 customers? True or false? I mean, if it's not, say
Sure.
it's not and clarify it.
Right. So again, I can't speak to the commercial number because I don't have those analytics, but I've studied the residential side, and my understanding that right now you have about a $10 million cost shift total. But that, again, as I said earlier today, that's set. That number is going to be what it is, even if not another rooftop solar system were installed. And so what I worry about is continuing to grow upon that cost shift as you as the current if the current rate structure stays in place, the cost shift will only get bigger. And so that's something that I would like to emphasize to you. And certainly Witness Rooks can go over the commercial numbers with you in greater detail. But I think, I generally agree with what you're saying is that there's a cost shift that is benefiting a small number of customers and being paid for by a large number of customers.
Well, I've heard a lot of discussion about Section 5840-20 and what its intent is, what the General Assembly's intent is, what our job is, what we're supposed to do. And I'm not even sure we agree amongst ourselves exactly what all that is, but I have a personal concern in that I have no desire to harm anyone, any group, period. At the same time, I don't think it is my role to promote any market or harm any market. Don't want to do that. Trying to do the right thing here, and I need the right information. And I believe you provided me what you could, and I'll wait to ask for these other numbers later. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Urban.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Everett, thank you for being with us today. I'm learning a lot. And
Commissioner Urban?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if it's on our side only, or maybe you also are hearing some strange background noise coming from your computer.
I'm not hearing you at this time. You still hear me?
There's a bit of feedback. Yeah.
I barely can hear you. We got a lot of feedback.
Okay.
Let me check with the production team to see what the issue may be.
Thank you.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're better now. Go right
Thank you,
ahead.
sir. I'm going to follow up on some really good questions by the former water CEO, and he's honed in on some really interesting aspects of this case. But I've got this burning question that I need some help with, and that is, it's pretty simple, really. Does net metering really represent a net cost shift from solar-owned households to others? Or, as a number of public service commissions around the country have decided, does it in fact contribute net benefits to the grid, to the utility, and other ratepayer groups when all the costs and benefits are factored in? So I want to ask you to help me with that, okay, for a minute? Because it's an important question to answer in my mind. And I think it's getting clearer, even if not unanimous around the country, it's getting clearer as the years go by that net metering frequently benefits all ratepayers when all costs and benefits are accounted for. Would you agree?
So I'm getting a little bit,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I was hearing myself.
Yeah. I think, for example, let me give you, rate making is an art form, I think. Would you agree? It's not really a science, it's an art.
It's a little bit of both. Yeah,
Okay.
there's a fair amount of discretion in it, yes.
Commissioner Urban, I don't know why this technology spirit always wants to mess with you during your questions. But it's not you this time, it's Ms. Everett. Ms. Everett, do you have two sources of audio?
I do not.
Oh, Commissioner Urban, I'm being told that you have two sources of audio.
Okay. Let me see. I can mute my microphone. And then you won't be able to hear me, I suppose.
Melissa, are you sure that Commissioner Urban has two sources of? Commissioner Urban, do you have your phone on as well, sir?
Yes, you want me to cut it off?
Yes, sir. Well, put it on mute. Don't cut it off.
Okay. Let's see if that helps.
Ms. Everett, would you? Well, let's give Ms. Everett an opportunity to say a few words. Ms. Everett.
Right. I think the echo is gone.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Great.
So the echo is gone. Commissioner Urban, you with us?
I am. Thank you.
All right. We fixed the problem. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue.
So, as you well know, there's been a serious fight in states like Arizona, California, Nevada, Louisiana, Hawaii, over this very question. And I'm sure you're quite familiar with it. You've probably testified in some of those jurisdictions, haven't you?
California.
Yes. And regulators everywhere need a process that fairly considers the full range of benefits as well as the costs. Would you agree?
Yes.
And so when you look at net metering, if you don't get it right, you can have a really bad outcome. Isn't that true?
Yes. And getting it right is definitely important. Yeah.
And the case I cited yesterday was from Nevada. In 2015, the Public Service Commission was convinced by that local utility to strictly curtail cost shifts immediately. And what happened? You know what happened? The following year,
Yes.
in 2016, the top 3 solar providers pulled out of the state, right?
They did. And then they reversed.
Right, they had to go back and redo it, didn't they? Had to do a do-over. So that's what I think. I don't want to have to do a do-over in South Carolina. That's what I'm trying to avoid. because after that improper decision in, in Nevada, which was trying to fix the same problem we're trying to fix, the following year, subscriptions dropped by 97% in the state of Nevada. It's devastating that industry. And I'm not sure they've yet recovered. Do you know?
I'm not that familiar with how the market's doing, but perhaps my colleague would be able, Mr. Robinson would be able to answer that.
Right. And then there's another example, more recent example that you may be familiar with in Hawaii. And by the way, of course, Hawaii has a very high penetration of rooftop solar. I think it's about 17%. Does that sound about right?
I definitely know it's high.
Yeah, it's probably the highest of any state, be my guess. But what happened there, again, Public Service Commission was convinced to, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I lost my signal there. Public Service of Hawaii was convinced to, again, curtail this so-called cost shift. And the way they did it was instead of paying one-to-one, they decided to go and only pay avoided cost rates to the residential generators, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And you know what happened? And this was an unintended consequence for sure. What happened is when the homeowners figured out that they were no longer going to save money by participating on the grid, they bought storage units and dropped off the grid. Did you know that happened?
There's definitely a motivation for doing that, and I would expect that to happen.
By the thousands. So I'm just wondering, has Dominion thought through this? Because that was not a good outcome for that particular utility, was it?
So I think that if we think about the cost shift in the context of the two components as I described in my testimony, banking versus rate design, I think banking cost shift is one that has the most direct positive benefits, because what you're doing is you're putting rooftop solar systems on a level playing field with all other types of generation technologies. And you're not saying that a kilowatt hour generated off of a residential rooftop system is worth 3 times what a kilowatt generated off of a large independently owned solar array might generate. So a customer under PURPA, for example, a large customer that generates electricity, green power directly, and sells it to Dominion, the cost of that should be comparable. Now, there's definitely benefits, as I think people have talked about, with diversification and things like that. But at the end of the day, the idea is, if you get the export credit right, you really do comply with one of the components of Act 62 that I read, which is market driven. And so you're building on the shoulders of, you're building on what was established with that 236, and you're doing it in a market driven way.
Yeah, but if rates go too far in the direction of a volumetric energy charge, those charging customers based on the energy use, in that example, utilities could have trouble recovering cost when distributed energy sources reach higher levels of penetration, right?
If you don't get the rate design right and you stick with volumetric rates, you definitely start getting into a situation that the transmission and distribution costs that are still incurred, particularly with the banking mechanism in play, it really can result in these customers still relying on the grid. but not paying for that use of the grid.
Right. And then on the other hand, if rates lean more towards fixed charges, which kind of sounds like where you went with your design, and not dependent upon usage, that reduces incentives to customers to consider solar and other distributed technologies, isn't it?
I wouldn't quite go that far. What our rate design is trying to do is really get customers to size their system in such a way that they can use as much of that electricity behind the meter as possible. Which means that they're truly being self-sufficient or self-supplying when the generation is available to them, and they're using the electricity that they're creating. And they still have the opportunity to export, and they can certainly export at a rate that's competitive, that's market driven. But I would argue that rate structure, by really incenting customers to size their system to their load, to their average load, not to their maximum load, and to encourage and to implement the time of use rates, really does help move customers. It moves the price signals, aligns price signals with costs, and addresses the cost shift.
Okay, well, let's go back to what's happened in some other states. And I think you're probably going to be familiar with these studies, but I think by the end of 2015, at least 10 states have studied this issue. Mm-hmm. And when they studied it in Louisiana, they found that the state's net metering customers did not pay the full cost of service and were subsidizing other ratepayers. Do you know what the outcome was there? How did they deal with it in Louisiana?
I'm not sure what happened in 2015.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not either, but in Vermont, they conducted a study in 2013 that concluded that net metering systems do not impose significant net costs to ratepayers who are not net metering participants. Were you aware of that?
I am aware that there are some studies that that talk about that, and prior to 2016 or so, the industry was still evolving. I mean, we've seen dramatic decreases, pretty significant decreases in costs since 2013 on the cost of these systems. We've definitely seen higher penetrations, and with higher penetrations, utilities are starting to understand better what some of these implications are on their distribution systems. So I think that while these studies that you point out are useful, I think that they also may be relying on somewhat dated information with respect to the opportunities. And I know that in about 2012-13, even at PG&E when I was there was a recognition that a small number of systems may not dramatically increase costs, but I think as recently demonstrated, even in South Carolina with a recently adopted value for solar integration, we are seeing that there are costs to integrating, and those costs are actually included in our cost of service analysis.
And then there's a study commissioned in Mississippi by the Mississippi Public Service Commission, and it concluded that the benefits of implementing net metering for solar PV in Mississippi outweighed the cost in all but one scenario. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that specific study. It would probably depend too upon whether or not Mississippi had any distributed energy resources at all. NEM does tend to be an effective way of what I would say priming the pump or getting
right.
But it's a pretty simplistic structure, necessarily so to prime it. But when you get to a more mature market like what you see in South Carolina, implementing more accurate rates it becomes more necessary.
And then when Minnesota Public Utility Commission approved their statewide value of solar methodology, their studies affirmed that distributed solar generation is worth more than its retail price and concluded that net metering undervalues rooftop solar. Are you aware of that study?
I'm aware that there are studies that contend that point, yes.
Well, you wouldn't dispute that fact, would you? That they're out there?
I don't dispute that they're out there. I don't necessarily agree with them. And I think that they, you know, there's two aspects to that. To some degree, these values continue to be driven by assumptions, and assumptions can highly influence those numbers as opposed to benefits. And as I talked about in the generic docket, you know, you really need to be thinking about what can be measured, because these are going into rates. But the other issue is, even if you were to accept the fact that all of these benefits are coming from rooftop solar, the question is whether or not the commission and then subsequently Dominion should be responsible for charging customers for those benefits, so that they can relay those benefits to other customers. I mean, it feels like those benefits are definitely something that should be considered, but shouldn't necessarily be monetized, because again, they can't be measured. And to some degree, the commission through Dominion becomes a taxing agency for these benefits. And I worry about that, because it's like taxing bread and milk. Electricity is something that's necessary for all families, including low income. And you start to charge these low income customers who don't have access to the financial benefits that rooftop solar customers are getting, they're paying for them.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's assume that we agree there's a cost shift in South Carolina, and we make enter this tariff that you've recommended effective this year. How the poor people in our state, those that are living at the poverty level and below, how are they going to see any benefit to their bill unless we give them a bill credit? I mean, if we're gonna really fix the cost shift, wouldn't it just make common sense to give them a bill credit?
Well, if you're giving them a bill credit, what you're doing is you're shifting the cost shift again to other customer groups. So, which, you know, some states do. California has a discount for low income customers, for example.
Did you consider that in your recommendation here in South Carolina?
No, because we were focusing on a tariff design for the customer generators, you know, looking at structural changes to your overall rate structure, and how to treat low income customers would be outside of the work that I did for them.
And finally, another study commissioned by the Maine Public Utility Commission put a value of 33 cents per kilowatt on energy generated by distributed solar, compared with average retail price of 13 cents per kilowatt, which was the rate at which electricity was sold to residential customers. And so the study concluded that solar power provides a substantial public benefit because it reduces electricity prices due to the displacement of more expensive power resources. It also reduces air and climate pollution, reduces the cost of the electrical grid system, reduces the need to build more power plants to meet peak demand, stabilizes prices, and promotes energy security. So these avoided costs represent a net benefit for non-solar ratepayers in Maine, according to that study. Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that study, but I will say that I agree that renewable power provides substantial benefit, particularly as we as a country battle issues with climate. The point that I would like to emphasize, though, is that you can achieve the benefits of renewable power through a market-driven approach to include rooftop solar using the rate structure that we designed, as well as large-scale solar, be it utility large-scale solar or third-party large-scale solar. So the minute you start creating a kilowatt hour that is generated from the sun, you're getting the same benefit, whether it's on top of somebody's roof or a few miles away in a field or on some customer.
I'm sure you're familiar with the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. That sounds like that may be in your neighborhood.
It is, yeah.
They had a study that found that while high use of net metered solar generation may decrease utility shareholders' earnings, it will also have a relatively modest impact on ratepayers. Are you aware of that study?
I'm not aware of that study, although I will say that to make a statement that it impacts utility earnings is pretty broad, because utilities are still investing in infrastructure, and it all depends on the individual system. So I don't know that I would characterize it in the context of reducing. To put it this way, the biggest concern with cost shifting is the impact on the non-participants' bill. Many utilities, including those in California, are indifferent, and Dominion is as well, because of the fact that they eventually put the cost shift into rates with their rate cases. Yes, there's a bit of a regulatory lag, so it's not about earnings. And as a rate designer, one of our primary jobs as rate designers is to, we realize that there's a pot of money that has to be collected. And if you decrease the amount of money collected from some customers, you have to increase the amount of money you collect from others.
Well, let me ask you about this, and then I'm about to finish up here. Just looking at the literature, I'm learning as I go. But it looks to me that a growing number of academic and think tank studies have found that solar energy is being undervalued, and that solar energy really delivers far more benefits beyond what solar customers are receiving. Would you agree that that's true?
I would agree. There are definitely studies out there that are coming with that conclusion.
In fact, there are about 11 studies, according to the Environment America Research and Policy Center. They found 11 studies that reached that conclusion. It found that distributed solar offers net benefits to the entire electric grid through reduced capital investment cost, avoided energy cost, and reduced environmental compliance cost. That doesn't surprise you, does it?
It doesn't surprise me that there are studies that are making that conclusion, although there are other studies that are concluding that there are cost shifts. There's been some recently completed in California to that effect.
Right. And of these studies, the great majority of them concluded that the value of solar energy is higher than the average local residential retail electricity rate. Are you surprised by that?
To the extent that they include benefits, such as environmental benefits and others, you can get to a quantification. But again, I must emphasize that that does not equate to a reduction in the cost to serve the utilities customers. And so to the extent that these credits are used to determine export value or to justify a rate design with quote unquote cost shift, you continue to distort your rates because of these benefits. So you have to be prepared for the fact that revenue requirement will go up because the benefits won't be realized by the utility.
And Missouri also found that the Missouri Energy Initiative found in their cost benefit study that even accounting for increased utility administrative cost and the shift of some fixed expenses, that net metering is a net benefit for all customers, regardless of whether they have rooftop solar or not. Are you aware of that?
Not that specific study,
Okay.
but and again, I would also like to note that there's as rooftop solar becomes more and more prevalent, we're starting to also see impacts on the grid, particularly at low period of low use. So if there's not a lot of use happening in a particular area, that power has to move in the opposite direction to the way the system was designed, and that can create incremental costs. We're starting to see that in certain areas with higher penetration.
Arcadia Center in the state of Massachusetts found the value of solar to exceed 22 cents per kilowatt hour for Massachusetts ratepayers, coming primarily through reduced energy and infrastructure costs, lower fuel prices, and lowering the cost of compliance with greenhouse gas requirements. Does that surprise you?
Again, these numbers feel very high, but it doesn't surprise me that there are studies out there that say this. Again, they have to be taken in context. You have to understand the assumptions that are feeding into them. Even a small yet aggressive assumption can greatly affect these estimates, and so you have to be very careful about how you use them and understand the intent of the paper as well. And so, yes, there are numerous studies out there that point to the benefits of solar. Whether or not they represent what the situation is in South Carolina, I cannot say without looking at them in great detail, understanding and challenging the assumptions.
You're not too far from the state of Washington. I guess you know where University at Albany is, at George Washington University.
No, I'm not quite sure. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not sure where that is.
They at the Clean Power Research, they found that solar installations in New York deliver between 15 to 40 cents per kilowatt to ratepayers. Now, this particular study noted that these numbers provide economic justification for the existence of incentives that transfer value from those who benefit from solar electric generation to those who invest in solar electric generation. I could go on, but I just think, you know, from my look at what's out there and from other jurisdictions, I think we have to really go very, very slowly and carefully in a measured way before we find ourselves in big trouble. And I appreciate you being with us today, and thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. I want to do a quick question check. Commissioner Williams, do you have any questions?
I do. I have two questions.
Well, I have some too. So let's take a break. The Williams crew will start after the break, starting with you, Commissioner Williams. Let's recess until 3:30. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. We're back from recess in docket number 2020-229-E. Before we start with commissioner questions for Ms. Everett, we're going to take a roll call, or roll, I should say. In the hearing room, we have Commissioners Thomas, Caston, and Powers, Vice Chair Belzer, Chairman Williams, and joining us virtually, we have Commissioners Williams and Irvin. Before we left, Commissioner Williams had some questions. Commissioner Williams, please proceed.
Hi, Ms. Everett. I'm impressed with your patience and your endurance. So thank you very much for being with us. And I'm limiting my questions to 2. I don't know how long it will take, but I'm looking forward to your answers. I want to talk first about the subscription rate. I also know that you may need to send me in a different direction, but it's my understanding that part of the intention for the subscription rate is to recoup transmission and distribution charges. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Was any consideration given to charging based on the amount that that distributed energy providers put onto the system, as opposed to the maximum kilowatt size of the system?
That's a good question. So what can happen is because of the kind of the combination of customer use and generation, that these systems can actually generate and put as much electricity onto the grid that's equal to that rated capacity. So when as you look at sort of the dispatch of the generation profile, you can see that relative to load profiles, you can see that there are hours where where the generator will be fully exporting the amount of the generation. So that's how we further concluded that that was the capacity they were using on the grid.
So let me see if I heard you right. Because the norm is that these systems at times do put that amount on their maximum capacity on the grid, it was determined that it was a better fit to size based on the capacity of the system than on, for example, the history of the net amount that they put on the grid.
Right. Because in any given hour or a timing interval, they are using the grid up to the capacity of their generator. So that's the concept. Right.
Okay. I guess I'll have to ponder the rest of my question with someone else. But maybe I'll say what I'm thinking, and then you can help steer me in a good direction. It's clear to me that transmission and distribution cost may be very related to what's put back on the system. They're being charged for what they're using that's not from their rooftop solar. That's already in their rate, that I think. So I'm just trying to understand why it's on the. What I think I heard you saying is that you're charging based on what's coming in as well as coming what could come in and what's going out.
Correct. And what's happening with these rooftop solar systems is, as you correctly pointed out, there's two-way flow. So the electricity customer is both consuming up to their maximum energy use, and they are also exporting up to the maximum amount that the system can export. And so therefore the demand they put on the grid is the maximum amount. And so that's why we designed the rate that way, was, because in part what we were trying to do is also make it simplistic and predictable for the So when you can say your subscription is always going to be, you know, $30 or whatever it is a month, you know what that is. If you were to base it on actual exports, then it's going to bounce around a little bit and create some bill uncertainty for customers. So that's also part of the intent of the subscription.
Is transmission and distribution cost, are they currently more accurately collected in their? Oh, I thought I had it. I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna pick up on what you said about the need for predictability and ease, because I also saw that in the E3 report, talking about rates should be simple, stable, understandable, and acceptable to the public and easily administered. In thinking about your time of use rates and looking at Dominion's current time of use rates, was there any consideration given to having the same time of use rates for both solar and for the other rate 5, maybe, that is time of use? I think there's another one, but I think I heard in previous testimony 5 is the primary one used.
That's correct. Yes, we did consider using existing time of use periods. Part of what we were targeting, though, was also making sure that the time of use rates that we proposed and were put into, I apologize, my phone's ringing. Stop in a minute. The time of use rates will, we wanted to make sure that those time of use rates would be applicable for a sustainable period of time and reflect the current cost structure that Dominion has with respect to both marginal energy costs and their net loads. So although, you know, there's a temptation to try to normalize time of use periods across rate designs, the existing time of use rates for Dominion have a specific purpose. As I know in my testimony, my response to testimony, those rates have been in effect for about 30 years. And so it seemed prudent to us to put together the most up-to-date rate designs. And this is not uncommon. I mean, we're seeing this in other states. I mean, we talked a lot about California today. And in California, the time of use rates are being revamped across the board to be more updated for what we see with respect to costs. So, and then also, you know, a point on customer usability. The time of use rates are also designed to create this maximum differential between peak and off peak, so that customers can really sort of see the benefits to generating during the peak periods, consuming in the off peak periods. But we also, for usability purposes, try to not make the time of use periods too long, because then you can kind of create this time of use fatigue. So again, there's all sorts of factors that go into the time of use rates, not the least of which is customer understandability and the ability for a customer to respond.
Tell me about time of use fatigue.
So if you have a really long time of use period, the customer can kind of throw their arms up and say, why would I worry about if I have a 12-hour peak period, for example, a customer may not respond. A lot of customers in their feedback on some rate designs that I've done really prefer shorter, higher peaks rather than longer, more muted peaks, because of that idea that they can respond for a shorter period of time. They can be very responsive, but if you put too much of a demand on them, they kind of just, you know, ignore the price signals to some degree.
And is the research that you do, has it been dedicated entirely, focused entirely on solar rooftop folks in terms of the peak, the whole idea of peak fatigue?
Most of that is work that I've done with respect to general rollout of time of use rates. So making it more, so when it comes to, say, for example, mandatory time of use design, it becomes a factor, because what you're really trying to make sure is that you're designing a rate that a customer can respond to. So it's not specifically for rooftop solar, no, it's just in general how you think about rolling out these types of time of use rates.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Any more commissioner questions? I have a few for you, Ms. Everett. Ms. Everett?
Yes.
Hey, Ms. Everett, hey, did you hear about the failed nuclear units, VC Summer 2 and 3? Are you familiar with that at all?
I am familiar that there were some nuclear plants in South Carolina. Not intimately familiar with it, but generally speaking, yes.
Did you know about $9 billion was spent on that nuclear plant, and ratepayers are still paying for it?
I did not know the details of that.
Did not know that. Would it surprise you to know that probably more, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but probably more than that $1.40 a month for cost shifting for solar is being paid by ratepayers to pay for that failed nuclear plant. Did you know that?
Given the numbers that you've quoted, I'm not surprised.
Would it surprise you to know that shortly after Dominion merged or purchased SC DN, that the South Carolina Energy Freedom Act was passed?
Is that Act 236?
Act 62.
Is Act 62, sorry. I did not realize it was in that close proximity, but it sounds, from what, looking at it, that sounds right to me, yes.
And so what is your opinion of Act 62 based on what you've read?
My opinion is that, generally speaking, it's trying to really try to promote clean energy across South Carolina. It's meant to address customer rates and costs of generation. There's some language in here that has to do with PURPA and so on. So my understanding of the broader context is it was really trying to help with that energy transition within South Carolina.
Okay, that's fair. Now, you do accept, and you may not necessarily agree to the details, but in your discussion with Commissioner Irvin, you do accept that there are some benefits to non-solar users to have more solar deployment or more residential and small general service solar within Dominion's generational mix. There's, whether it's clean energy, whether it's avoided costs, whatever it may be, there's some benefit. How much, that can be debated, but some benefit. Would you agree with that?
I agree, yes.
So that dollar, approximately $1.40 that a non-solar residential user pays per month, at the very least, they're getting something. It may be hard to put a quantity on it, but they're getting something as opposed to nothing.
So they are getting something, but that something has been netted out of the $1.40.
Okay.
In other words, when we calculate that cost shift, we account for some level of benefits. Again, as you mentioned, it's, you can have a discussion about what those numbers are, but the 140 is net of some of those estimates of benefits.
Right. And the point I'm making is that when you compare what the Dominion ratepayers are paying for the failed nuclear plant, they're getting nothing for that. But when you compare that to the $1.40 that non-solar users are paying, in cost shifting, at least there's some benefit. That's the point I'm making there. Is that a fair point to make?
Without knowing the details of what, how the rate cost recovery is happening with the plants, I would agree that there are, intangible benefits to solar, that are not being, that are being, achieved with that $1.40.
Yes, ma'am. Now you said in the studies that you've conducted and the ratepayers you've talked to that some of them share with you their opinion on cost shifting. How many ratepayers, Dominion ratepayers in South Carolina did you talk to for this study?
Oh, I have not talked to Dominion ratepayers or South Carolinians. Most of my experience in discussing things with customers would be in other jurisdictions.
Okay, so it's fair for me to say then that you don't know how Dominion South Carolina ratepayers feel about cost shifting when it comes to solar.
That's correct.
Okay. A while ago, I think I heard you say that the cost shift will get bigger if the current rates stay the same. Do you recall saying something similar to that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you say the cost shift will get bigger, is that because more solar would come onto the grid?
That's correct. So more customers would install and these systems, and the same cost shift that you're seeing, about the $1,000 or the $930 a year number in cost shift that I quote in my testimony, that amount will stay the same, but the number of customers and therefore the number of megawatts that applies to would increase, and so gradually that cost shift number will increase.
Okay, and if we follow that line of logic, excuse me, essentially what it sounds like you're saying, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you're saying that the current state of affairs is that is pretty favorable to install rooftop solar. Currently, it's a pretty good deal for those who can afford to do so.
It certainly appears that way. Customers are saving about $1,000 a year.
Okay, and so
$25,000. I'm sorry,
no,
about $25,000 nominal over the course of their system.
Okay, so if that's the current state of affairs, then it will follow that under the tariff proposed by Dominion, that the number of new solar users would decrease.
So again, the intent is to continue to incent solar and the right sizing of solar. So Witness Robinson can talk to this more thoroughly, but the intent is not to reduce the number of customers who install rooftop solar, but rather encourage although some of that will happen, and Mr. Robinson can talk to that a bit, but also it means that the customers are installing systems that are right sized for their load.
Right, I understand, and I appreciate you making that small concession and that some of that would happen. And I understand that may not be the intent. It may very well just be unintended consequence that less ratepayers, residential ratepayers, that's where I'm focused right now, will decide to install rooftop solar because the benefits are not the same, whether that's Dominion's intent or not. Is that fair to say?
I think it's definitely a possibility. Again, I think Witness Robinson has a lot of detail that would be beneficial for you on the impacts of that.
So help me. How do we square up what appears to me to be the desire of the legislature through Act 62 to build on the deployment of solar if your tariff as proposed will reduce the number of residential rooftop solar users, whether intended or unintended?
Sure. So, I think I hate to keep pushing this back to my colleague, Mr. Robinson, but I think that it's not that it halts or reduces the number of rooftop solar. It just may slow the potential growth and have that growth be more commensurate with the market-driven aspects of the renewable and the solar generation. So, as I said earlier, one of the objectives is to try to align the cost with the benefits as implied as an objective of Act 62 by having the compensation that rooftop solar customers receive to be in line with the monetary benefits that can be realized realized on behalf of Dominion's customers. So there might be a decline in rooftop solar, but that doesn't mean there's a decline in solar per se.
Understood. And I do not proclaim to be an economist by any means, but you would agree that markets can be manipulated.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, they can.
And so if solar is undervalued, would that not create less of a demand in the market for solar?
So if it's undervalued, you definitely would, customers would not all customers would see as much benefit as they would if it was appropriately valued. And I'm not stipulating that it's not valued or it is valued, it is undervalued. But also want to make sure that we remember that there's more ways that customers receive benefits for these systems, particularly if they consume behind the meter, than just what Dominion offers them in terms of bill savings or export credits, namely the tax credits and so on. And so what happens is, yes, there are these benefits, but there's also ways of which customers are getting those benefits. Customers who install these systems are getting those benefits through both federal and state incentives.
Understood. I got to thank you for answering a question earlier that I really, really wanted to know, and that was how much does non-solar residential ratepayer pay per month in cost shift, and it looks to be about $1.40 a month, $16 for the year, and that helps me put that in perspective. So I appreciate you illuminating that issue for me to the place where I can understand it. But now I want to transition a little bit and try to understand what's at stake for the solar user, someone who uses solar now, and then someone who will come on to if they decide to become a residential solar user after I believe it's June 21st of this year. So right now, current residential solar users save about $1,350 a year if they install a system of about 7.2 kilowatts. Is that in your testimony?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So according to I can't remember who you had this discussion with, but I believe you said that Dominion's tariff as presented will cut the cost shift about 75%.
Correct.
Okay. Is that 75% equal to a 75% reduction in the savings for that residential customer that currently is saving $1,350 a year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's close. it's going to be a little bit in less than, I mean, the decline should be a little bit less than that because we're incorporating the benefits already. So I'm forgetting what a 3 kilowatt hour system brings about $150 a month of benefit. To the customer plus the export credit. So there's still a considerable benefit, but it's not as the reduction in cost shift is not a 1-for-1 reduction in the bill savings.
But it's close though.
It's in the ballpark, I would say, yeah.
So if it's close and help, I am not a math scholar, so I'm gonna just say that out front. But if currently as a solar user, I'm saving about a residential solar user, I'm saving about $1,350 a year.
Mm-hmm.
And the Minion's tariff as proposed reduces that about 75%. My math has that reducing my savings to about $340 a year.
That's correct.
Okay. Now,
That's about right.
The reason I'm chuckling is because, I mean, to me now, that's pretty significant.
Saving $300 a year?
No, the cut is significant.
Oh.
Wouldn't you agree that's a significant cut?
It's material, yeah.
Yeah. So let me ask you this question. How much does it cost to install a 8 kilowatt system? Do you know?
I don't know it's I know it more in terms of watts. So I'd have to defer. I mean, these are perfect questions for Witness Robinson because he knows these numbers very, very well.
I got you. I'm going to ask him too, and I'm going to ask you now just to give a ballpark. I'm not going to hold you to it. Just a ballpark estimate.
I really, off the top of my head, I'm sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head what the number is. It would be dangerous for me to do the math in my head as well.
Would it be $10,000 sound right? $15,000, $20,000, $30,000?
If I had to take a guess, I would say it would be between 10 and 15. But
Okay.
Again,
let's just say $10,000.
that can be clarified.
It's going to low end.
Okay.
So it would cost me $10,000 to deploy residential rooftop solar, install it. And I'll be looking at about, under Dominion's tariff as proposed, I'll be looking at saving around $340 a year in my power bill, electric bill, right? Is that right? Something like that.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. And so, not including any possible tax incentives. I've heard about federal tax incentives and I've heard about state tax incentives. Not including those, it would take a significant amount of time, much more time actually, for me to pay back that initial investment based on the reductions in savings, right?
Right. So I do want to clarify that the 300. You were using about 7 or 8. It would take yes, it would take some time to recover that. Again, the economics are put in detail in Witness Robinson's study. He has all of these numbers, and so he would just be much better equipped to be able to tell you what the exact numbers will be.
I got you, and I appreciate you letting me know that. I will be sure to ask both Witness Rooks and Robinson these same questions. What, in your experience, what type of person installs rooftop solar? I mean, what does that person look like? Describe that person to me, because based on what I'm seeing and my knowledge and information of South Carolina, I'm having trouble identifying someone in my mind's eye that would make a $10,000 investment to save $340 a year.
Right. So, the types of customers that would, I've seen that install, are ones that, and this is proven out by the data, they tend to be, on average use slightly more electricity than the average customer. And so and they may have some altruistic reasons for wanting to have rooftop solar installed. But I think, you know, the characteristics of a rooftop solar owner are very diverse. And since I'm not in the business of marketing to them, I really can't say a whole lot more than that. I know people who have rooftop solar systems, and they tend to be very happy with them. So, but that's
Okay. Thank you for sharing that with me. Do you keep track of how many times you testify in proceedings like this?
I have lost count, to be honest with you. But
Okay.
yeah.
So it'd be fair to say you've testified a significant amount of times in proceedings like this?
Yes, this format's a little bit different than what I'm used to, but yes.
Okay. Have you ever testified on behalf of a solar producer?
No, I have not.
So it's fair to say that when you testify in proceedings like these or similar to this one, that you testify on behalf of utilities?
Generally speaking, I testify on behalf of the utilities. I will say though that I have worked for a solar developer. I work for a renewable developer, but not in a regulatory capacity. I was in charge of the structuring and pricing desk of a renewable business now known as Avangrid. So I have worked on the developer side of the business.
Okay. Ma'am, thank you so much for your testimony. I want to make sure none of my fellow commissioners have any more questions. I don't think they do. Thank you again for your testimony. We appreciate you.
Thank
Attorney Burgess, redirect.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just got a little bit of redirect for Ms. Everett. Ms. Everett, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner Thomas asked you about the recovery of the cost shift through a rate case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And the cost shift that we're talking about in this docket begins when the customer generator begins exporting power to Dominion Energy. Is that correct?
It begins with when the customer starts generating electricity, and some of that is exported and some of it is the rate design cost shift. But yes.
Okay, very good. And the cost shift exists because the company is overpaying power that the customer generator is exporting to Dominion Energy, correct?
That's a big portion of it, yes.
And you stated that a portion of that cost shift is recovered as part of the general rate case, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true, Ms. Everett, that a portion of the cost shift that exists is also passed through to non-participating customer generators through the company's fuel rates, which are adjusted annually? Isn't that true?
That's my understanding.
All right. Ms. Everett, I'm trying to share my screen here. I'm going to show you a document. Okay, let me know if you see what I've got on the screen here. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
And you see, I would just represent to you, this is a document from the Brookings Institute entitled Rooftop Solar Net Metering is a Net Benefit. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you see the date of the report?
Yes, it's May 23rd, 2016.
Okay, very good. I'm just going to jump down here real quick to page 9. And Commissioner Irvin, I believe this was the document that Commissioner Irvin was walking you through when he was asking you some questions. Do you remember the questions that Commissioner Irvin was asking about the various studies across multiple jurisdictions?
I do.
Okay. And do you remember him asking you about a Vermont Public Service Department study?
Yes, the 2013 one, yes.
That's correct, 2013. And do you remember him asking about the Nevada Public Utility Commission study?
Yes.
And when was that study done?
2014.
Do you recall him asking you about the Mississippi Public Service Commission study in 2014?
Yes, also conducted in 2014. Yes.
right? I think he also asked you about the Minnesota study in 2015 as well. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then he also asked you about a Maine study in 2015 as well, did he not?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And then do you remember him asking you about the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab?
Yes.
And do you also remember him asking you about another study in Missouri?
Right, conducted in 2015. Yes.
2015, that's correct. And he also even asked you about the Acadia Center. You
Yes.
see that here on this report too, and I'll represent to you that was a 2015 study.
Yes.
Everett, Act 62 was passed in 2019, is that correct?
That's my understanding. Yes.
And as part of Act 62, even with the existence of these studies that were conducted in 2013 to 2015, isn't it true that in Act 62, the South Carolina General Assembly instructed this commission to establish a solar choice metering tariff?
Yes, they did.
And isn't it true, Ms. Everett, that notwithstanding these studies that were conducted in 2013 to 2015, that under the 2019 Act 62, that the South Carolina General Assembly instructed this commission to eliminate any cost shift practical?
Yes, that's true.
So notwithstanding all these studies that are in this report that you referred to, the General Assembly nonetheless told this commission to eliminate the cost shift related to net energy metering, did they not?
That is my understanding. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Everett. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Chair Williams, this is David Neal.
Yes.
Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Am I allowed to either do recross or questions on commission questions?
Has something new come up that requires such?
There was a question from Commissioner Caston, and I could be wrong, but I'm afraid I just want to make sure the record is correct, and I can do it really briefly.
No, I'm asking you, did something new? What do you want to address?
I want to address a response from witness Everett to a question from Commissioner Caston that I'm afraid, if I don't do so, could leave a misimpression on the commission.
Okay. It's one question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ask the question.
And the setup for the question is, Ms. Everett, do you recall Commissioner Caston asking you about whether or not Dominion had done a cost of service study under section 5840-20D2 to look at customer generators as a applicable rate, as an otherwise applicable rate class for analytical purposes? Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Okay. If I could, at this time, mark an exhibit. Here it's Vote Solar's potential cross exhibit 6. Dominion Energy South Carolina's response to Vote Solar data request number 2-3 and ORS data request 1-7.
All right. If you would slow down a little bit for me, my court reporter is trying to retrieve your document.
Do I have, which document is this?
This was
Attorney
Vote
Neal.
Solar's.
Attorney Neal, excuse me. Miss Everett, excuse me. Attorney Neal, would you identify that document again?
Yes, Chair Williams. It was Vote Solar Everett cross exhibit number 6 that Mr. Colley shared with the counsel for the parties.
Okay. Give us 1 second.
Mr. Chairman, this is Chad. Just so I'm clear, I don't think Vote Solar used this document during their cross-examination. So, Mr. Neal, you're using another party's exhibit that they're not using?
Give us a second to hand these exhibits out. Hold on 1 second, and we'll get to it. Just give us a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be in recess for 10 minutes. Oh, let's make it 15 minutes. Come back at 4:28. Thank you. thank you all for indulging us. We are back at the Public Service Commission of South Carolina's hearing in docket number 2022-29-E. Before we get back at it, let's take a roll call, or let's take roll, excuse me. Here in the hearing room, we have Commissioners Powers, Thomas, Caston, and Vice Chair Belzer, along with Chairman Williams. Joining us virtually, we have Commissioners Williams and Irvin. All right, Attorney Neal, you requested recross, and you wanted to, you sought to mark a document, Exhibit 6. And I think Attorney Burgess had an objection. Is that where we were?
Mr. Chairman, this is Chad Burgess from Dominion Energy. Just one thing, I did not put an objection on the record. I was just wanting to be clear as to what Mr. Neal was actually using to cross-examine or to recross Ms. Everett on. We did provide this document to all the parties, so he certainly is free to use it as part of his recross. And I think allowing him to engage in a second bite of recross is within your discretion.
All righty. Thank you very much. Attorney Neal.
Thank you, Chair Williams. May I ask the question?
Yes, go right ahead.
If it suits the chair, how can we mark this exhibit? Could it be, say, CCL Upstate Forever hearing exhibit, Everett cross exhibit number? I actually lost track of where we are with hearing exhibits.
Well, you can identify it however you like. We're going to mark it and enter it as Exhibit 2.
Thank you. To make things simple, I'll identify it as Vote Solar Everett Cross Exhibit number 6, which is again DESC's response to Vote Solar Data Request number 2-3 and ORS Data Request 1-7. And Ms. Everett, do you have that document?
I believe so.
And again, I know it's been a long day, and I just wanted to make sure the record was clear before we lost you. You would agree that this request number 3 asks if Ms. Everett performed the analysis described by Act 62 to look at whether customer generators treated as a class for analytical purposes only would provide an adequate relative rate of return relative to other classes. Do you agree that was the question?
Yes.
And you would agree that the response in Part A was the company did not perform such an analysis, correct?
Right, because specifically A was, if so, please provide the study and the load data. So yes, we did not conduct a specific cost of service relative to other customer classes.
Thank you, Chair Williams. If we could move that into the record, that's all I wanted to accomplish.
Vote Solar Exhibit 6 will be marked and entered into the record as Hearing Exhibit 2.
Thank you, Chair Williams. That's all I have.
All right. Anything else for this witness?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Irvin.
Thank you, sir. In his redirect of this witness, Mr. Burgess referred to the Brookings Institute, which we all know is a nonprofit think tank, article, which is dated Monday, May the 23rd, 2016. He questioned the witness about the article that I, in fact, asked her about as well. I think in fairness to the record, I would like to have that article made a part of our record and marked as a commission exhibit so that we have it as a part of the official record.
All right.
And I do have a follow-up question for the witness before she's excused relating to this particular exhibit.
Okay. Commissioner Irvin, could you please turn your camera on, sir?
Yes, sir. Are you ready for me to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we go ahead and mark the exhibit in evidence so that I can ask the witness about it?
Yes. Could you identify the exhibit again for me, Commissioner Urban?
Yes, sir. It's a Brookings Institute study entitled Rooftop Solar Net Metering is a Net Benefit. And it was published Monday, May 23rd, 2016.
Okay. So that exhibit will be identified as Commissioner Urban Exhibit 1 and marked and entered into the record as Hearing Exhibit 3.
Thank you, sir. And I just have a follow-up question for the witness before we excuse her.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Yes, Ms. Everett, in the concluding paragraph of what's now been marked as a commission exhibit, I'm going to quote the last paragraph and then ask you a question. And I'm quoting now: utilities should have a shot at fair revenues and adequate ratepayers. Solar customers and providers have a right to cost-effective, reliable access to the grid. And the broader public should be able to expect a continued solar power boom in the U.S. regions, as well as accelerated decarbonization of state economies. All of this, all of which matters intensely. As observes the North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center and Meister Consultants Group, quote, how key state policies and rates are adapted will play a significant role in determining the extent to which the solar PV industry will continue to grow and in what markets, end quote. Ms. Everett, do you agree with that conclusion?
I agree in part. I agree with the statement that state policies do play a significant role, and that solar customers should have cost-effective and reliable access to the grid, and utilities should receive a fair and adequate rate of return.
Thank you. And let me just ask you this. Mr. Burgess asked you about the dates of some of the studies that I used in my questioning. And just to follow up on that, did you talk with any member of the South Carolina General Assembly or their representatives in relation to Act 62 prior to its enactment? Are you aware whether they were aware of these studies?
I'm not aware. I have no way of knowing whether or not they were aware of those studies.
So it's possible that prior to the legislative act 62 being enacted into law, you can't tell us whether or not this particular group of studies that concludes among numerous jurisdictions, whether or not it was giving any consideration in the passage of the legislation?
I cannot. I think that the point I was trying to make, though, when I was responding to your questions, is that while these studies are interesting and thoughtful, they are a little dated, and the industry has changed. In particular, the structure of the industry. The solar industry has changed. Costs have come down dramatically. So I was wanting to caution against, relying too much on studies that maybe have reliance on data that most likely were in the 2013 or 14 vintage. So that was mainly what I was trying to get across. I
understand, and that's fair, and I appreciate that. And do you have access to other more recent studies that you would like to call to our attention on this particular point?
The studies that I am aware of are very jurisdictionally specific. one conducted, it is a draft report as an example, conducted by E3 recently for SMUD. And I do think that while these studies that talk about certain areas are useful and informative, I think that the work that we did in the generic docket to sort of demonstrate what we feel are where we address the value of solar thoroughly is probably the best frame of reference for South Carolina, because it was directly specific for your jurisdiction.
I understand, but you would agree that we can learn from other jurisdictions and their analytical assessment of the issue at hand.
I agree that we can learn from their analytics. I caution against using the values, because the values can be extremely sensitive to jurisdictions and even specific utilities. So
right. And my final question is, since this was an embedded cost of service study that you had to work with, is it fair to say that that's less than transparent for the other stakeholders?
You mean for allocating? So the cost of service studies were used to determine the amount of revenues to collect from these customers. We did use marginal cost of service studies to identify the value of solar in both the generic docket and in our rate design.
Has it been your experience working in numerous jurisdictions that it's very helpful to engage in stakeholder input when trying to settle on a residual tariff like this? Don't you think the process in a perfect world would have involved the stakeholders and given them a chance to be heard? Wouldn't you agree on that?
I do agree that stakeholder engagement is important. There have been different formats. I have seen, stakeholder engagements that are completely outside the regulatory process. I've seen them be embedded in the regulatory process, which is effectively what we're doing here. And then sort of in between where maybe there are workshops. So I've seen a variety of applications to make sure that stakeholders are heard from. But the most effective, quite honestly, is through proceedings such as this, because people are required to be under oath, present clear and concise arguments. And so I think you're getting a definite flavor for what stakeholders are interested in through this proceeding.
But you would agree that that process allows for kind of a free exchange of ideas, and it also allows for some give and take in setting policy. Would you agree with that?
Potentially, if settlements can be rendered from those engagements, which is not always the case.
But it was the case when Duke Energy here in the Carolinas sat down with the same stakeholders and reached a compromise agreement that's been claimed as a win-win for everyone. Correct?
There is as I understand it, there is a settlement being proposed before the commission, and that it has been discussed in terms of having certain benefits for various groups. That is I think one of the reasons why it's a sort of a unique situation, because it's very unique to what Duke's objectives are as well. So again, whenever you're, as I've said before, coming up with these tariffs, it can end up looking very different, even with the same jurisdiction, just because of the system and the cost and business aspects of the utility.
Right. And my final question, Chairman Williams was asking you about the nuclear debacle that we are so familiar with. In fact, just today, the former CEO of SC DN pled guilty to conspiracy in court of law here in South Carolina for his role in withholding information from the South Carolina Public Commission, the Service Commission, as it relates to that project. And so my concern is that You know, when a utility, and I realize this was on SCNG, it's not on Dominion, but when a given utility is less than transparent, serious issues can arise. Would you agree with that?
I am a sincere fan of transparency. Yes.
Yes. And we all benefit from it, don't we?
Yes.
And finally, when a utility like SCENG left those stranded assets, they still got to be paid for, don't they? Somebody's got to pay for them.
Yes, again, I'm not that familiar with the details, but generally speaking, stranded assets do result in somebody paying.
And that's the ratepayer. Correct? There's nobody else left to pay for them, right?
In this case, that is true. Yes.
And the same would be true for the most recent decision by Dominion to abandon the Atlantic Coast Pipeline after they had a lengthy litigation track, decided just to abandon the pipeline after spending billions of dollars. And that cost is going to be passed along to the ratepayers too, I suppose, right?
I'm sorry, I really don't know. I don't know anything about that.
Okay, thank you so much. Those are all my questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Urban. Anything else for this witness? All right, Ms. Everett, you may step down and be excused for the moment.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day. Attorney Burgess, if you would please call your next witness.
Mr. Gissy is going to present our next witness.
All right, Attorney Ginster-Danner, it's your show.
Mr. Chairman, Dominion Energy South Carolina calls Scott Robinson to the stand.
Mr. Robinson, please take the stand and take a moment to be sworn in by our court reporter.
Mr. Robinson, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Robinson, please state your name for the record.
My name is Scott Robinson.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Guidehouse, formerly Navgen, Inc., in the capacity of an associate director in the Advanced Solutions Group.
And have you prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision direct testimony of 15 pages that was previously filed with the Commission on December 15th, 2020 in this docket?
I have.
And do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No changes at this time.
And if I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I move that the pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Robinson be admitted into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Robinson will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Robinson, have you prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision one exhibit labeled as exhibit number SR1 that was previously filed with the Commission as an attachment to your pre-filed direct testimony in this docket?
I have.
Do you have any changes or additions to your exhibit?
No changes.
Mr. Chairman, I would also move into the record as the next hearing exhibit, the exhibit attached to Mr. Robinson's direct testimony and labeled as exhibit number SR1.
Exhibit SR1 will be marked and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Robinson, have you prepared a summary of your direct testimony?
I have.
Would you please share that with us at this time?
Good morning, Chairman Williams and members of the Commission. My name is Scott A. Robinson. I provided direct testimony in this docket on behalf of Dominion Energy South Carolina, Inc. on December 15th, 2020, and I respectfully request to provide the Commission with a summary of the same. I serve as an associate director in the Advanced Solutions Group at Guidehouse, which is formerly Navgen Consulting, Inc., where for the past 6 years I've worked in distributed energy resources transportation electrification, and energy efficiency. I'm responsible for several of our distributed energy resource adoption models, which we use to develop the solar forecast submitted with my direct testimony, which provides a forecast for solar adoption in DESC's territory over the next 10 years. This forecast formed the basis for my direct testimony, and I first presented the forecast to this commission in docket number 2019-182E, which was the generic docket that established to investigate the costs and benefits of the current NEM programs. At a high level, the forecast in the generic docket concluded that rooftop solar PV installed capacity is expected to continue to grow in DESC territory through 2030 between 66% and 143%. The primary drivers of this growth are favorable rate structures, tax incentives, net energy metering, or NEM, and growth in the building stock within DESC territory. In this docket, I performed a forecast of customer economics under the solar choice tariffs. This forecast analyzed three components of customer economics under the solar choice tariffs: simple payback period, return on investment, and the customer bill ratio. There's no one determinative measure of customer economics, but taken together, these indicators provide a comprehensive picture of the customer economics for solar PV in DESC territory. I define the payback period in my model as the number of years it takes for the customer's cash inflow under the NEM program to match the cash outflow for a customer system, which includes things like installation costs and O&M costs. Return on investment is a more accurate measure than payback and is the rate of financial return over the lifetime of the rooftop solar system. This is the discount rate at which the net present value of the system is zero. Lastly, the bill ratio I calculated uses levelized values over the lifetime of the system to divide the customer's all-in bill after installing PV by the annual electric bill the customer would have had without installing the PV system. Importantly, this includes the capital cost of the system as well as any incentives. In conclusion, these models revealed several key findings. Bill ratios indicate that the solar choice tariffs provide an opportunity for bill savings across customer classes and system sizes. The payback period for a 3 kW residential and 12.5 kW non-residential systems is less than 10 years across all cost scenarios. For those same system sizes, return on investment is over 10% in all cost scenarios and can exceed 20% for non-residential customers. Thank the Commission for its time, and this concludes the summary of my direct testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. And Mr. Robinson, have you also prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision rebuttal testimony of 19 pages that was previously filed with the Commission on February 12th, 2021 in this docket?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
And so if I ask you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would be.
Right, Mr. Chairman, at this time, I move that the pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Robinson be admitted into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Robinson will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Robinson, have you prepared a summary of your rebuttal testimony?
I have.
Would you please share that with us at this time?
In my rebuttal testimony, I respond to witness Barnes' claim that the rate increases are to blame for slowing solar adoption rates in DESC territory. Although I agree that solar adoption has slowed, the trend is a product of a dynamic incentive landscape rather than DESC rates. There is simply no evidence in the record to support witness Barnes' claim that increased rates are primarily responsible for slowing solar installations. Witness Barnes then attempts to discredit my analysis of customer economics by pointing to discrete items in my analysis, which he characterizes as highly misleading, and claims that my analysis cannot be relied upon simply because I utilize different data than witness Everett. Put simply, witness Barnes fundamentally misunderstands my analysis. The difference in the data utilized by myself and witness Everett was intentional and reflects best practices that were utilized to ensure that both witness Everett and I provide the Commission with meaningful results on specific topics that we evaluated. Although witness Barnes continues to attack my analysis, his testimony is baseless because it relies on pricing data that, 1, is systematically biased upwards due to emissions, 2, based on self-report data, and 3, not intended for forecasting. In fact, Guidehouse does not rely on the pricing data utilized by witness Barnes in all of its forecasts. Rather, the data in my analyses were developed through a bottom-up component forecast, which synthesized multiple regularly compiled sources for benchmarking, which is a drastically different approach than that of witness Barnes. Witness Beach makes a similarly misguided argument when claiming that only small systems on large homes would be economic under the solar choice tariffs. Although Witness Beach did not provide his definition of economic, I clearly show that bill ratios, return on investment, and payback periods all support the conclusion that adoption of solar PV is economic under all system size and cost scenarios that I analyzed. Finally, there is simply no evidence on the record to support Witness Beach's claim that wealthy and or wasteful customers would benefit the most from the tariff design. Finally, Witness Zimmerman takes the concepts of payback period and return on investment from my direct testimony and confusingly conflates them in ways that yield illogical results. For example, contrary to Witness Zimmerman's testimony, payback period cannot be used to compare to investments that involve financing or leasing, given that a payback period simply measures undiscounted cash flow. Witness Zimmerman leans into this confusing narrative by claiming that the proposed solar choice tariffs will destroy the return on investment and payback period for C&I customers. However, Witness Zimmerman provided no evidence for this claim, and it can be very easily refuted by the forecast I submitted in my direct testimony. Witness Zimmerman goes on to make other claims that are simply not substantiated by evidence in the record. Contrary to these unsupported claims, my analysis provides evidence that indicates that the solar choice tariffs would provide C&I customers with positive rates of return and payback periods much lower than the average life of the system across all size scenarios, cost scenarios, and forecast years. In this way, not only do the solar choice tariffs provide access to NEM options for customer generators, but in accordance with the language of Act 62, they also avoid disrupting the DG market by allowing economic adoption of solar PV by customers. I thank the Commission for its time, and this concludes the summary of my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Robinson is available for cross-examination and questioning by the commissioners.
Thank you, Attorney Gissendanner. So we're going to start with Alder Energy Systems.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Taylor Spear, presenting on behalf of Alder Energy Systems, LLC. Hello, Mr. Robinson. How are you? Coming at you from Greenville, South Carolina.
Hello, Mr. Spear, coming back from Story, Wyoming.
Oh, you're not in Boulder today?
Not in Boulder today.
Okay. Well, I think you've heard the commissioner's questions here, and certainly there is, for lack of a better word, concern about what's going to happen in the future if the commission adopts Dominion's proposed tariff. And I want to clarify that that's really your role in this proceeding, is to provide some clarity on what will happen for the future of the market in the event that there's an adoption of Dominion's tariff. Is that right?
Specifically around the economics of those systems for customers, correct?
Okay. Do you recall our brief conversation in November during the generic docket? And I told you that Alder Energy Systems is really strictly coming at the perspective of non-residential customer generation.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so that'll give you hopefully a frame of reference that my questions are not going to be relative to residential solar, because that's just really not our purpose in the docket. Are you comfortable with that?
I'm very comfortable with that. Makes sense.
Okay. And if I say Dominion in our exchange, I'm referring to what is often referred to as DESC or Dominion Energy South Carolina, Inc. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, I am, with the same caveat that Mr. Cass has offered.
Fair enough. And I don't expect to be addressing Dominion Enterprise in the examination. So, but thank you for that clarification, and I certainly will if that comes up. Your report that you filed in this proceeding was actually prepared in for purposes of the generic docket. Is that correct?
If you're referring to the solar adoption forecast, that's correct.
Right, and that's one exhibit that you've now admitted in this case is the report that you prepared previously relative to how you assess the market moving forward for residential and non-residential solar, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and specifically, that report deals with status quo. In other words, that exhibit is if nothing changes.
Yes, that's right. It's not nothing changes. To be a little more clear, the purpose was to analyze the existing NEM program.
Right, and in fairness, you gave three different call it levels of modeling, but it was a low cost, a mid cost, and a high cost because we don't know what's going to happen in the future of the market. So, in fairness, we present different variables and how that they're going to impact adoption. Is that fair?
That's right.
Okay. But again, that with those economic and uncertainty variables with respect to policy and other things, that's current NEM policies.
Current NEM program. Yep, that's right.
Not if the commission were to adopt Dominion's proposed solar choice tariff.
Yeah, let me say this very clearly. The Guidehouse Solar PV forecast is submitted on behalf of DESC in the generic docket referred to the original NEM programs.
Are you finished?
Yep.
Thank you. All right. And that report says that for non-residential, Guidehouse expects growth over the next 10 years in that market sector to the tune of 11.5 megawatts, correct?
Correct.
So 1 megawatt a year for the next 10 years.
It's not flat, but yeah, more or less.
And all things being the same. I know that this is a simple question, but I'd like to make clear that under your analysis, under current NEM, that's really, call it 4 250 kW systems per year in Dominion's territory, right?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
Those system sizes that are adopted by customers vary over time, and they vary by customer segment.
Right, but I was giving you a hypothetical. I mean, that's what we're talking about. If you break it up in that way, correct?
Oh, I understand. You're basically asking if you divided those, the total installed capacity in the next 10 years into 4 larger systems?
Yes, sir.
Clearly, yes.
Okay. Do you have a sense of how you view that in terms of growth, whether that would be small or large, comparative to what you've seen in other markets?
Larger than some markets, smaller than others. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall in your generic docket testimony telling me now that this is specifically for medium commercial, large commercial, and industrial? So
yes.
For purposes of this, I'm excluding small commercial. But do you recall telling me in the generic docket that you characterize that growth as quote limited and quote small?
Yes, I do. And I believe that's the same way I characterized it in the report.
And yes, and it's certainly how you characterize it in your testimony, fair. When we spoke at the generic docket, we concluded on one question, and this is again just simple math. I want to hear from you how you perceive growth under current NEM proceedings or current NEM policies, non-residential as compared to residential. And I believe what you testified, I'll let you tell me not if it's true, but you said the relative number was approximately 16% growth compared to residential, correct?
Yeah. To cut to the chase here, I think that small commercial segment is expected to grow under NEM at a slower rate than the residential. And that's, been consistent with historic growth for both sectors.
And you would agree that the growth is even smaller and less for medium commercial, large commercial, and for industrial, right?
Correct. And that growth is that growth started to slow, as I point out in both my direct testimony and in the report, from about 2 years ago.
But surely you would agree with me that those markets are going to be sensitive to changes that the commission would make in this proceeding. Whether or not it was already slowing or not, it demonstrates a sensitivity to the policies, correct?
Not necessarily. Yeah, and this is an important point. So when it goes into the kind of heart of what I do for a living, which is to forecast technology adoption. When a technology adopts, we usually characterize it as cumulatively as an S curve. This is a kind of layman's way of describing a sigmoid distribution. What it really means is that the adoption will be slow at first. It will reach a period of rapid acceleration as the technology gains acceptance and the long-run equilibrium market share is approached by the sales. And then that technology adoption will start to slow as the market matures. And this is characteristic of all kinds of technology, whether you're talking about cell phones, agriculture products, or solar, right? So what we've seen in desk territory is that maturity of the market, the inflection point in that S curve, if you will, has already been achieved across all sectors. What that means is that the market has matured, adoption is saturating and slowing down.
But you would agree with me that that market has matured with incentives that existed under NIM that Dominion is proposing to go away, correct?
Yes, that growth was spurred by incentives. That's correct.
And Dominion's proposal in this proceeding would take those incentives away. The one
Dominion's proposal in this. Oh, sorry, Mr. Spear.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify the question to make sure that I was clear. The specific incentives that you just referred to that created market maturation for non-residential solar in South Carolina, Dominion has proposed that those go away in the solar choice tariff.
No, there are multiple policy incentives right now that operate in desk territory, and there have been other incentives in the past. Since we're talking about the kind of history of installations in desk territory, the first big one through Act 236 was the introduction of solar leasing and also the desk performance-based incentives that really escalated the market early on, right? There are also two other very important incentives right now in the market. The first is the federal investment tax credit, which is a 30% tax credit on solar systems that has sunsetted down to a level of 26%. And as you all probably know, that has been extended. It was set to sunset further. It's been extended by 2 years. And then the final one is the 25% South Carolina tax credit. And I believe the one that Mr. Spear you're referring to is net energy metering incentive. So that's the one that we're talking about today.
Well, I was referring to one that you were referring to. So I don't think that would include ITC and the South Carolina credit. But I think I can make this more simple. You would agree that the Act 236 incentives that we have specifically here in South Carolina, without regard to federal and state tax policy, have expired.
So solar leasing is was a big part of Act 236 and has not expired.
And you're aware that Aldra Energy's discovery responses in this case reveal that it does not lease solar, correct?
Correct.
All right. In your direct testimony filed in this proceeding, you refer to non-residential customer generation as a, quote, niche, end quote, market. Is that right? In Dominion territory.
In Dominion territory, that's correct.
You also say that small commercial customers, as distinct from medium, large, commercial and industrial are close to the long run market share. Would you please explain to the commission what you mean by that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an important concept. The long run equilibrium market share expresses the total population of potential adopters that would be expected to install, given full information about the economic costs and benefits, as well as any market barriers for technology. As the new sales of a product accumulate, the adopter population will typically approach that long run equilibrium market share through the diffusion of information.
Does that mean that the commission should expect small commercial growth to level off or fall away in the next 10 years? I mean, what does that actually look like?
Yeah. So this is another important point, is that long run, and you might, understand this already from my description, but the long run equilibrium market share, because it's a function of some of those economic factors, is actually a dynamic asymptote, right? What that means is it can go up and down over time. The biggest reason for solar that it's going up, meaning more customers have access to solar under a certain economics, are because new customers are entering the system, and also solar PV prices are declining. It can go down because of changes in policy, changes in rates, anything like that.
Okay, can I just make it more simple? With long run market share, should the commission expect more non-residential solar or less for the next 10 years?
Sorry, holding all other factors constant, you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can expect declining installations as we approach that long run equilibrium market share. That's correct.
For purposes of your direct testimony in this proceeding, and I know that you've already essentially said this, but I'm just going to create some foundation. You have actually modeled what is going to happen to non-residential solar in South Carolina in the event that the proposed solar choice tariff is adopted, correct?
Yeah, with respect to the customer economics, that's right.
Okay. What went into the criteria to use for non-residential solar a 12.5 to 16.5 kW system?
So the system sizes that I used were based on the customer's load profile.
Any other criteria other than that?
No other criteria for this docket. That's right.
Okay.
I used the there was one more. For the upper end, I did look at for those large systems, right? Because I'm trying to give a range.
Mm-hmm.
For those larger systems, I looked at historical system sizes for that customer class.
And I think I might...
Acknowledging that we fully expect that those system sizes, because of the solar choice tariff and the way it incentivizes customers, are going to decrease over time.
Are you aware that Ms. Everett in her testimony states that for the small general service rate that Dominion has, that the average non-residential installation, or the typical installation, is 18 kW?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, can you say that again?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you don't hear me or you don't understand a question, I'm always happy to rephrase it. So I want to have a conversation with you. Are you aware that Ms. Everett in her direct testimony states that the typical system that a non-residential customer generator installs if they're under the small general service rate is 18 kW?
I do not recall that exact language from Witness Everett, but I believe you.
Okay.
It seems about right.
All right. And you did not model any systems that are going to be under the proposed solar choice tariff for medium commercial, large commercial, and industrial, correct?
It's my understanding that those customers would not be eligible for solar choice.
Okay. And well, but don't want to put words in your mouth, so correct me. But isn't the logic behind that because they don't create a cost shift? or not one that at least is measurable enough that Dominion is concerned about?
It's my understanding that those customers' rate structures are already aligned to right-size their systems.
Okay. Now, in your future modeling under the solar choice tariff, you present the commission with 3 metrics of economics. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, which ones, please, if you just go ahead and tell them.
The payback period, as I just mentioned in my summary, the payback period, return on investment, or ROI, also known as internal rate of return, and the bill ratio.
Did you provide those metrics to the commission in your forecast under current NEM policies?
I believe I discussed them in my direct testimony and in the report. I do not recall whether I provided an export. I think the focus of that the generic docket was directly on the adoption of solar PV. And so we didn't go into the economics at length.
Would you agree with me for the commission to get a really simple and clear picture that providing payback period ROI and customer bill ratio that you've analyzed under the solar choice, if you're going to give them that metric, that it would have painted a clear picture to them about what non-residential customer generation looks like in desk territory, to also have provided those metrics in your original report under what it looks like now under current NEM policies?
No.
Why?
Because the focus of the generic docket was directly on the adoption of solar PV, and I provided those numbers. I'd be happy to discuss the economics of the original NEM tariff today to allow commissioners or council to compare and contrast.
But you agree that just simply you're providing the commission payback ROI and bill ratio under the solar choice tariff, but those metrics were not used in your original report filed in the generic docket and in this docket?
They were used because they're part of the customer discrete choice model that drives that long-run equilibrium market share we're talking about.
Okay. With the report that was filed in the generic docket, and in your direct testimony in this proceeding, in which you talk about the solar choice forecast, what went into the decision to break it up into small commercial, medium commercial, large commercial, and industrial? And I'll give you a frame of reference for what I'm trying to get at. That being said, what we now have in front of us is a tariff that's designated by residential and small general service. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Do you agree then that it would have also been allowed the commission to have more clarity on growth in this market, to have framed your forecast under the solar choice tariff by actually categorizing it by tariff as opposed to small commercial, medium commercial, large commercial, and industrial? Would that have given them more clarity?
No, I think it would make it more confusing.
Will you explain why, please?
Because there are lots of different tariffs that DESC currently offers, and that are older tariffs that are still in place. And so what I did in my solar PV adoption forecast is I blended those rates together according to the load that is served by each. Right? This allows you to compare simplified bins of customer classes. For example, residential single family and small commercial, medium commercial, and large commercial.
This is going back a little bit, but you did not model under the solar choice tariff any system size above 16.5 kW, correct?
For small commercial, yep.
Well, at all though, too, right? Because you didn't model the other right?
Correct. I
Right,
wanted to be
so-
clear that those system sizes were applicable to small commercial and not to residential.
Okay, but and let's just make this simple and clear. You did not model under the proposed solar choice tariff a system size greater than 16.5 kW, right?
No, I did not.
Are you aware that Alder Energy Systems discovery responses in this docket, and I believe that their rebuttal testimony as well, says that their average system size that they have installed in Dominion territory is 90.5 kW?
Sorry, can you clarify? Are those just small commercial customers?
This includes everyone. Yeah.
Okay, so including those industrial and large commercial customers?
The data that I have did not make that distinction.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question then?
Do you know that, are you aware that Alder Energy's rebuttal testimony, in that pre-file testimony, it says that Alder Energy has never installed a non-residential system in Dominion territory, or I'm misstating this. Yeah, I can understand why you're confused. So I'll strike all that and I'll ask it this way. Are you aware that Alder Energy Systems rebuttal testimony says that the average system size that they've installed in Dominion territory is 90.5 kW?
And that includes all customer classes we just said, right?
Yep.
Correct. I'm aware of that.
You state in your rebuttal testimony that you modeled payback period for a 5.7 kW system. Is that right?
No. I
Okay.
don't think so.
All right. I'm just going to.
12.5?
I said 5.7. This is in your rebuttal testimony. Did you look at a 5.7 kW system?
Let's turn to that, if you don't mind.
Okay, sure.
Okay, what's the page and line you're referring to?
Yep. It should be page 15, line 20, and I'm going to go along at it with you. The question posed to you in the rebuttal testimony is, did you look at a 7 kW system? And your answer is that you didn't, but you analyzed a 5.7 kW system, right?
Yeah, so I think there's two important things to clarify. One is this is for residential customers.
Okay.
The second is that the difference there is AC versus DC. So I provide both in that response, to be clear.
Right. And I was going to go down on a little line of questioning here, but that clarification makes it clear. If it's residential only, you would agree with the different TOU rates and the small general service tariff. It's going to be a challenge for me to make a connection between the two.
I'd agree with that, yes.
You criticize Mr. Zimmerman in his direct testimony for what I'll let you use your words if you're uncomfortable with mine, but essentially you dispute that there should be a focus on payback as a metric of understanding what the future market looks like, correct?
Yeah, an exclusive focus on payback, and I provide the payback as well because it's it is used quite a bit. But as a finance and economics nerd, I want to point out that it's not a great metric for comparing investments.
And in doing so, you're utilizing customer diffusion theory in coming to that conclusion?
No, I'm not.
Okay, what sort of scientific principles are you using to come to that conclusion?
So there are a couple principles. One is a simple financial principle that investments need to be compared relative to each other. And the cash flows of an investment may not all occur right at once or in a smooth fashion, right? You can think about with solar PV, there's a couple of things going on that drive that payback period. It may cause differences between that and internal rate of return calculation. One is that the solar PV system is not producing the same amount of energy each year. The second is that you often have to do operation and maintenance, non-linear events. So you may have to do one in year 5, one in year 10, that those cash flows aren't smooth.
Such as, maybe having to replace an inverter after 20 years, something like that. Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to wrap up here, but are you aware that Alder Energy's direct testimony states that Mr. Zimmerman has been offering non-residential customer generation in the state of South Carolina, including Dominion territory, formerly SC and G, for 10 years?
Yes, I am.
Okay. One last question. Do you have this figure of the total system load in Dominion's territory? What percentage, if you know, is served by non-residential distributed generation?
I do not know off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Robinson. I appreciate you coming and talking to us in South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Spear.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Frank Knapp Jr.
Well, sir, there I am. It took me a while to click on here. Mr. Robinson, good to talk to you. So
likewise, Mr. Knapp. Thank you.
Good. I'm going to plow a little bit of the same ground that Mr. Spear did, and maybe because I need the answers to be further explained to me. In your direct testimony on page 3, you state that solar PV would continue to grow in Dominion Energy South Carolina territory under existing NEM rates, but that this growth has slowed down in years despite available federal and state incentives. Again, signaling this market maturity, and I need you to go over what is market maturity again.
Yeah. I would maybe argue by analogy, since we're more familiar with kind of general consumer durable goods rather than solar. If you allow it, if that's confusing and we want to just use solar, I'll walk through those examples. But let me start with this one. So another technology that I've modeled is the diffusion of smartphones, aka iPhones, Blackberries, all that kind of thing, right? So you can imagine that as that new technology enters the market, in this case, say around 2005, 2006, the number of early adopters of that technology are small. It's typically folks that are excited about a new technology and want to try it out, and therefore they pay a premium for that. They enter the market and generate information through peer effects or word of mouth. This generates further interest in the technology, which typically drives up demand and drives prices down. This creates a non-linear effect, increasing that innovator population into an early adopter or early majority category. Those early majority customers also generate information and drive the prices further down through economies of scale, which allows the market to reach the mainstream, and eventually it's saturated the market, right? So if you accumulate all those bins of customers together, you get an S shape, a sigmoid shape over time, right? Where time is on the x-axis and total volume of adopters is on the y-axis. If you take the incremental of that, so the first derivative, right? You end up with something that's kind of a lopsided bell. We talk about the market being mature after you have passed the peak of that bell or the inflection of the S, at which point you have decreasing marginal installations, but the market is still around, right? For an example, the iPhone reached peak sales around 2015 and have been declining or about stable since then.
Following up, I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
Well, no, I was just clarifying if that made sense, if that answered the question.
Well, it did. So smartphone penetration is what, 80, 90% or 70% of the market. So we're not even, it's not apples and to oranges here for solar. So again, so when you're saying that.
Oh, sorry. Is that a question?
Well, no, I was going to, but if you'd like to clarify.
It's all relative to that long run equilibrium market share that I was talking about before, which is the asymptote for that sigmoid function. So as you just mentioned, for iPhones or something like that, that long run equilibrium market share is very high. It reaches a broad portion of the population. For something like solar PV in South Carolina, that asymptote is much lower.
Okay. And so at market maturation for solar PV, do we have a similar percentage as smartphones in the marketplace?
No.
No. Does that mean that we're on a downward glide with solar installation?
Yeah. If you look at the study that I published as a part of the generic docket, you can see that in general, we've reached this mature phase of the market where installations are fairly stable. They're declining a bit on the margin, but what we can expect to see is that those installations are kind of flattening out.
Okay. Even with population growth, small business growth, you don't expect really to see a increase in percent of that market out there being in.
Given a stable policy environment, that's right.
Okay, good. Stable policy environment. On page 4 of your testimony, you state that small commercial customers have a lower willingness to adopt overall, and then the market is close to the long run market share. And let me stop you for a second because I should have asked you this at the beginning, sir. Were you around for the other witnesses, Dominion witnesses that I
was.
Okay, so you know where I'm coming from. All right, good. So again, page 4, your testimony quotes, small commercial customers have a lower willingness to adopt overall, and the market is close to the long run market share. And you did talk a little bit about what that means also with Mr. Spear. Can you do it again for me so I can try to understand?
Yeah. Basically what that means is that, we're past that inflection point, right? And so therefore, what we're seeing now is declining year over year, or even better, between quarter installations. And that started in, Q3 of 2017. We've seen declining, solar PV adoption is seasonal, as you might expect. Higher adoption in the spring, summer, lower in the fall and winter. So if you compare 2 of those seasons, right, nice quarters, because that's just a little bit easier. And if you compare those quarters, so Q3 2017 versus Q3 2016, what you see is this pattern of decline, right? Which means that we're past that inflection point. And therefore, it's indicative that we're reaching that long-run equilibrium market share, especially because during that period, we had a very stable policy environment, right? Rates were steady. The 30% ICC was in place. 25% state tax credits were in place. All that was kind of constant.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Let's go to the Dominion Energy South Carolina solar PV forecast that the Guidehouse produced. You attached it to your direct testimony. And if we can go to page 18 of that.
Okay, just 1 minute.
Sure.
Okay, I'm there.
All right. The last 3 lines on that page state, quote, typical of small commercial customers, there is a lower willingness to adopt overall, and calibration results suggest that the market is closer to that long run market share we just discussed. These factors drive the market potential for this segment lower.
Correct.
What we have just talked about doesn't sound like a very healthy, growing small business market, does it?
It really really depends on your objectives. So again, from the perspective of, 2016, yeah, growth has slowed, but that's because the market has matured, right? Once you get close to that long-run equilibrium market share, it doesn't mean that adoption stops, right? You can see that if we're all looking at that same figure 15 that you just pointed to in the solar PV adoption forecast, that's a really important one because it shows, okay, the market potential, the new sales kind of compounded. You bump up against that blue line, which is that dynamic maximum market potential, aka the long run market share, right? But that blue line continues to go upwards. That's because even though you can see it kind of takes that downward dive with the projected phase out of the ITC. At that point, the extension had not been approved, right? So even though the long run equilibrium market share dives down and you kind of bump up against it in 2022, the market continues to expand, right? Because solar PV prices are going down, allowing that new customers that have different price preference points to enter the market. And you also have that new customer growth.
Well, okay, but expansion simply means if we add one more solar customer to a small commercial next year, compared to last year, it's up by one, so it expanded.
Correct.
Okay,
that's one portion. The other portion is that declining PV prices allowing new customers to enter in at different price points.
Right. But it's nowhere near the acceleration or the incline that we saw in the early years.
Nowhere near it.
Okay, and using the term expansion is can be very misleading to somebody who thinks it's a growing area. So let me ask you this: so this solar choice tariff program, with its disappearing incentives we already discussed, added costs, thus less savings for small businesses, will drive market potential for small businesses even lower, won't it?
Well, so I want to slow down just a second because, like I mentioned to Mr. Spear, there are layers of incentives right now in the market. So those layers of incentives in the market, some of those are not affected at all by the solar choice. The one that is the net energy metering, which allows solar PV customers, generators, to export power to the grid and be compensated at retail rates.
And the basic facility charge escalating considerably.
Sorry.
For the basic facility charge, that $32.50 for small generators, small business generators, that's much more significant than since we don't really have one now.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying that was an incentive. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, it's not an incentive. I'm just really saying that is an added cost. And everything you just described are added costs that will decrease the savings available to a small general customer.
So what you want to do, and I think Mr. Spear alluded to this as well, is what you want to do is compare the economics of a system for the customer and assess, whether a customer is able to economically adopt a solar PV system under the new solar choice rate, right? And so those three metrics that I described earlier are all in agreement that small commercial customers will be able to adopt PV under solar choice and get a economic rate of return between 10 and 20%.
Over what period of time?
Over the lifetime of the system. Yeah.
20 years or more. Okay. Before we get to that, let me just finish up here. So the General Assembly described the market as a growing market for customers' scale of distributed energy sources. Did they get that wrong?
No, the market is growing.
Oh, so it's expanding. So if I add one more next year, then it's growing.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So let's move on to your direct testimony starting on page 9. You posed a question. Does your model use payback to simulate customer decision making around solar PV adoption? Is that correct? That was your posed question.
Sorry, one second. I'm just flipping there.
Yeah, no problem.
You were saying page 9?
Yes, please.
Lines?
The bottom of the page where it poses the question. You know how you ask a question, then you answer it. So the question was, does your model use payback to simulate customer decision making around solar PV adoption?
Okay, got it.
Thank you. Your response was no. Can you please explain why payback was not used in the model and what was used to project customer decisions around solar adoption?
Yeah, good question. So we don't use payback because there are a lot of different ways that a customer might enter into a purchase, right? The first and most obvious way is just a cash purchase, right? So that just means that I have the capital available and I go out into the market and I pay for all of that capital outlay up front, right? So I have a credit on my account and then the kind of debits accrue as I have, bill savings and the tax credits later on. Another way that a customer might purchase solar PV is you enter into a loan agreement with either the solar installer itself or with a third party. Another way that a customer might purchase solar is through a PPA or a solar lease. In these arrangements, the initial capital outlay may be $0, right? A zero down lease. In this case, the payback is negative infinity.
Well, let's just talk about the first one, since that's what I am familiar with.
Sure.
That's the way I got into the solar. Would it be unusual for prospective solar customers to have as their primary question, as I did, what is the payback period? How long is it going to take for me to recoup all the costs purchasing this solar installation?
No, it wouldn't be unusual for a customer to ask that. However, if I was a solar installer, I would point that customer to a metric like the ROI or IRR instead, so that they can compare that investment that they're making in solar PV against other investments in their portfolio.
I guess I'm more of a Neanderthal. I like the idea of saying how much they're going to pay, when they're going to get my money back.
Fair enough.
I don't know how many are like that. But for these payback priority customers like me, will solar companies be able to tell them with some degree of certainty what that payback timeline will be?
I can't speak to what solar companies may or may not be able to provide. It would kind of depend on their sophistication and ability. I can tell you that I've run those calculations.
And to run them, what kind of data do you need to do that?
Yeah. So what you need is the customer's load profile. You need the configuration of the solar PV system, including its orientation, the inverter, the modules used to generate a projected generation profile. And you need the utility rates and any incentives that are provided. So that's a pretty broad bin, but it includes things like net energy metering, tax credits, performance incentives, et cetera.
Let's talk about those utility rates. What do you need for those utility rates? What kind of data?
Just the tariff.
Just a tariff. You don't need to know how I'm using them per hour, as the Solar Choice tariff says. We're going to break it down to an hour or 15-minute intervals. You don't need that to run your projections?
Oh, yeah, it's typically included in the tariff. Perhaps we're being a little generalizing. So in the tariff document, it'll typically include any details on, the net energy metering, and that might be a rider that's attached to that tariff, but it'll be cited in the tariff document.
Right. Yeah, I agree. It's going to be in the tariff, but when you're running your projections for a customer, you need to know exactly how that customer's use goes over the course of a day, 15 minutes at a time.
I use hourly data.
Okay, use hourly.
Yep.
Is that what's in the solar choice tariff? Is it hourly or is it, I've heard 15 minutes. Is it hourly? What is it?
It's hourly. That's correct.
It's hourly. Okay. Do you know if I can get that now on my, I asked witness Everett if she could look at my bill for my commercial building that's on net metering, and she could tell me what the impact is going to be, and she said she could not.
So yeah, it depends on, first of all, if you have equipment in your home. So if you have, metering, if you have a small meter that you attach to your panel, you can very easily get out the load information. You may also have, individual plugs. That equipment is available. It's typically only, installed by customers that are interested in their load. You can also get it if you do already have an AMI meter, but I can't speak to the availability of that metering infrastructure in desk territory.
All right. So if a customer does not have that technology, either because they don't know it exists or they have no interest in watching it daily, they're not a tech nerd, they would have a hard time then doing the projections you were talking about.
Yeah, they would be having a hard time getting it down to the right decimal place, but they would easily be able to pull in a typical residential load profile from some of the many publicly available tools out there produced by EIA, NREL, and others. It would probably do a good enough job.
Okay. Last question, promise. If the solar companies are not able to answer that payback question that I raised with some degree of certainty, isn't it likely that there will be fewer of us payback priority customers deciding to install rooftop solar?
If the company itself is not able to represent the economics of the system to the customer, I would have a hard time imagining that anybody would be their customer.
Now we're not talking about
the proposals that I've seen. They do represent. Oh, sorry.
We're not talking about the leases. We're not talking about. I'm talking about the payback priority customer. Me. If they can't tell people like me what the payback period will be, because those people, I imagine, don't have those meters on their utility system. If they can't tell me that with any degree of certainty, don't you think people like me are going to say, forget it?
So it depends if you're interested in, kind of anything to the right of the decimal place, right? And that's kind of what I was trying to say earlier. If you're just concerned, like, okay, is it going to be 5 years or is it going to be 10 years? Is it going to be 6 years? Is it going to be 7 years? Or is it going to be 7.328, like I have in my testimony? If you're just concerned about, does the system make economic sense to me? You can use an another customer's load profile, on average load profile, and get pretty close. You won't be able to say exactly, down to the third decimal what your projected payback is going to be. You can get a pretty good idea. I think installers would typically do the same thing, right?
Right. I agree with you that today, without that solar choice tariff, the solar company could look at my performance over the last 3 or 4 years and say to a prospective customer, here's what you can expect if you're a similar situated type of commercial business. But with this new program, we don't got anybody to use an example. Isn't that going to be difficult then for the solar companies?
Oh, no. You can use the existing customer load profiles because the customer's behavior typically doesn't change much from solar PV. Maybe you will increase your consumption a tiny bit, but the research isn't quite sure on that. So you can use existing customer building profiles, right, that are gross of that solar generation.
I understand that, but we have no examples of that today in South Carolina. We don't have anybody on this, in the Dominion territory. We don't have anybody on this solar choice tariff. I'm not on it. I don't know anybody else who's on it. So how do we, you can't look at my situation and say, you're going to be like him, but I can't tell you what I'm going to be because nobody can tell me what the impact's going to be.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
No, that's okay. It's all right. I'm rambling. Let's put it that way. You've been very kind, Mr. Robinson. Thank you very much. I appreciate you answering my questions. And Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Solar Energy Industries Association.
We have no questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Upstate Forever.
Thank you, Chair Williams. We have no questions.
North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a couple of questions.
All righty.
All right. There we go. Mr. Robinson, can customers who lease rooftop solar systems take the South Carolina solar tax credit?
They cannot.
Okay. And did you just say a minute ago that the tax credit was available to customers who lease rooftop solar systems?
The federal tax credit.
Federal.
And that's, to be clear, typically the way that that's monetized in the system is that the third-party owner of that solar PV system will take the tax credit and either pass that savings to the customer or not.
All right. Thank you very much.
Great.
Vote Solar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions for this witness.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
No questions from ORF.
All right. Commissioner questions.
Chairman Williams.
Commissioner Caston.
Okay, let me get to it. Good afternoon or evening. I'm not sure what it is, Mr. Robinson. Close to evening.
It is early evening. It's just about 4 o'clock in my time.
I apologize for prolonging it, but your name came up, I think, with the previous two witnesses. So I think I'll follow up if that's okay.
Absolutely.
You're familiar with 58-40-20, A1, A2, A3?
Yes, I am. In Act 62.
All right, I'm going to blow through these and answer best you can. What does market-driven mean to you?
Yeah. Market-driven, and specifically, market-driven private investment. So a simple way to characterize investment, you can group the flow of capital into an industry into two bins. And forgive me if I get too kind of economics, but you can group that investment into two large bins: public investment and private investment. In the solar industry in South Carolina, public investment has taken so far the form of the 25% state tax credit, the 26% federal tax credit, the 2015 and 2016 performance-based incentives that DESC offered, accelerated depreciation, bonus depreciation, and one-to-one retail net metering. Those are all public investments in solar PV, in distributed solar PV. Private investment, that other bin, would typically take the form of direct customer purchase of a product, or investment of capital through starting a new business, the purchase of public stock, or venture capital investment in a company. So basically, by reducing the cost shift, the solar choice tariff helps to transition to that private-driven investment bin. Does that make sense?
I would love to just absolutely say 100% yes, but I can't. You answered it. I understood some of it, but I'm looking at this to where it says continue enabling market-driven. Everybody's got an opinion what that is. I'm not going to tell you what the dictionary says. Private investment, I can tell you what the dictionary says about that. I mean, I have an opinion. You've clarified it, so I'll say good enough.
Okay, let me know if I can, try again. I'd be happy to try to clarify.
Let's just go to item 3. Item 3 under A, avoid disruption. What does avoid disruption mean to you?
Yeah, this might be a long one because it's a bit complicated. And it goes back again to this discussion that I was having with the two earlier councils about, the state of the solar PV industry in South Carolina and the history there. So to grossly characterize it, the solar PV industry, the distributed solar PV industry, rooftop stuff in South Carolina has about 3 phases, if you will. The first phase, which is anything before 2015, was very small, kind of that innovator class, right? Very small, slow adoption. Then in 2015, with the introduction of the in DES territory, the introduction of the performance-based incentive, that layered on top of enabling third-party owned or solar leasing in the territory, the investment tax credits and the state tax credit all kind of layered on top of each other. And this spurred a big, all of those public investments, if you will, spurred a interest in private investment in solar PV in South Carolina, which accelerated the adoption of solar PV and allowed us to enter that second stage of the market. And this is, back to thinking about the S-curve for new product adoption. This is when the growth is happening exponentially. It's very rapid. And that period was sustained pretty much from 2015 to mid-year 2017. In mid-year 2017, the market crossed that inflection point in the S-curve, the peak of that bell, if you think about the first derivative, right? And adoption started to slow. So ever since Q3 of 2017, adoption has been slowing in South Carolina for distributed solar PV. So, and the reason I give you all that background is because it's important to think about, what disruption means. You have to think about what the trend in adoption has been in the territory. So, the way I think about it is that an industry is disrupted if the fundamental business model has been shifted. So this is what we've seen in, telephonics and mobility, digital entertainment, and around 2015 in the solar industry through that introduction of third-party ownership and the other layered incentives. It was disrupted, changed. Under the solar choice tariff, there's no visible disruption because there's still ample opportunity to install solar PV economically for all of the forecast years, scenarios, and customer segments I looked at.
Okay, if I'm understanding it correctly, which may not be, avoid disruption to the growing market for customer scale distributed energy resources. And I understand what you mean with the S-curve. You're saying we're at the inflection point or beyond of the S-curve to where it's tapering off. There won't be this maybe exponential growth. It will be a more flatten it out, and it simply just satisfies the new need for a market. So the avoid disruption, well, I did look it up just in the dictionary, just for the heck of it, keep away from, to prevent from happening. So in backpedaling to the continue enabling market, reduce regulatory, administrative, all those things that That is the intent, and it is the intent to avoid disruption. And then we get down to item 3. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to do this again. Require the commission to, what does fairly allocate cost and benefits mean to you?
Yeah, to me, this really goes back to what witness Everett described. So when we're trying to assess the costs and benefits of solar PV, there are, benefits to reducing a customer's consumption through consuming electricity generated by that system behind the meter. There are also costs, because if the system is large enough to have the energy not be consumed behind the meter, and instead, you're kind of using your neighbors like a battery, that generates a cost. And it's important to fairly balance the costs and the benefits of, customer-sided behind-the-meter solar PV. And I think that's pretty clear. And I think what witness Everett has tried to do and explain about the solar choice tariff is that the solar choice tariff that Dominion proposed is the best attempt at finding that balance between the costs and the benefits of the technology. And again, rate making is not my expertise, but that's my understanding.
I understand. What does eliminate any cost shift or subsidization mean to you, as briefly as possible?
Yeah, so it goes back to that cost shift is caused by exporting energy, excess energy, onto the grid to be consumed by other customers. So this means that my system is producing more energy than I can consume on site because it's been oversized. What this does is it means that that energy is used by other customers, and if those customers essentially the desk purchases the energy, and it's shipped around in the distribution system to other customers. So the cost shift occurs because me, as a customer generated, I'm compensated for those exports at the retail rate, which means that instead of other, like utility scale solar generators that are compensated at the avoided cost rate, as a distributed solar PV generator, I'm compensated at a much higher rate, the retail rate, right? The same rate that I purchase electricity at. And so this essentially forces other customers to purchase that electricity at a higher rate, therefore shifting a benefit that I get through that net energy metering banking onto other customers.
Okay. Any cost, and I'll look that up too. And first, let me say, I don't know if there's a legal dictionary. Probably should ask one of our attorney here if there's a legal dictionary for these words, like any, avoid. So all I do is just look it up in the dictionary. Any means every, all, at all. So what this is telling me, I heard what you said. It's telling me that the intent of the General Assembly is to enable the market, reduce regulatory administrative, avoid disruption, but avoid cost shifting, any cost shifting, which means every, all. So my initial reaction is we seem to be required to divide the baby here. Let me ask you something. 5840-20 D2. Ask Ms. Everett this. Well, I didn't ask this particular part, but if you're familiar with that, the cost of service implications of customer generators, are you familiar with this section?
I will have to pull it up.
Well, while you're pulling it up, what I'm going to ask you specifically while you're pulling it up, the last portion of that particular section says, examined as a separate class within a cost of service study. What does within a cost of service study mean? Within a cost of service study.
Yeah, cost of service is not my area of expertise, and I would have to defer on that one. I apologize.
Who you defer that to? Because I'm going to ask
I
somebody
think,
this. I'm sorry.
yeah, I think Witness Everett did her best to explain.
Who's left that I can ask?
Good question.
All right. Well,
I don't know that I know the answer to that.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Attorney Gissendanner.
Mr. Chairman, this is Matt Gissner with Dominion Energy. I believe that Witness Rooks would be able to assist Commissioner Caston.
Thank you, sir. Witness Rooks, Commissioner Caston.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate, I'm sorry to dump that on you. That wasn't your job to tell me. I guess to sum it up, I'll follow up with Mr. Rooks, Witness Rooks. I do have deep concern about any cost shift to non-solar customers. I do. I think that's what it means. I also have deep concern about avoid disruption to the growing market of on-site distributed energy resources. And I wasn't kidding about the divide the baby thing, which is an impossibility. So I guess my general comment is we need to try to find a win-win as much as possible. And I'm not sure we're there yet, but maybe we're gaining on it. And that's all I have, Mr. Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more commissioner questions for this witness? Mr. Robinson, I have a couple of questions for you.
I was hoping you would.
Really? At 6 o'clock our time? I'm just pulling your leg. So you've given some pretty detailed testimony. I appreciate it. Very thorough, very smart. And so I'm going to try to get some information from you that makes sense to me. Now, I asked Witness Everett several questions about the cost to install an 8 kilowatt solar PV system, rooftop solar, and she said that you would be the person to ask that question. Can you tell me, and it doesn't have to be to the penny, but how much would it cost a residential customer to install about 8 kilowatts of rooftop solar on their roof?
Commissioner, can I ask that we instead use a 7.2 kW system because that's the system size that is in my direct testimony?
Yes, go right ahead.
Great. Okay, so in this year, 2021, for that 7.2 kW system, on average, and if you've read the testimony, you know there's a range of system prices, and that's why I've displayed a range of those different cost scenarios. So using the middle cost scenario, that 7.2 kW system is going to cost you about $18,650.
All right. Do you mind? I'm just going to round that up to $20,000.
I think you'd be fairly safe there.
All right. So 20 G's. I got $20,000 in my pocket, cash, and I'm looking to make an investment. I understand that if you were a solar developer or a solar installer, that you would encourage me to look at other places in the market where I can invest that $20,000 to determine whether or not I'm getting the appropriate return on my investment by investing in solar. Is that fair to say?
Correct. Although, Commissioner, before we move on, there's one other point that I want to make about that cash outlay, because as a as a potential solar PV customer, you wouldn't, although you would put down that $18,000 or so, you immediately that tax year get 8,350 or so back because of those tax incentives. And then the next year you get another 1,200 or so from the state of South Carolina back in your taxes because some of that rolls over. So call it, over 9,000 of that 18,000 disappears in the first year and in the second year through those tax rebates.
Okay, sounds good. That almost comes close to what Miss Everidge averaged or estimated a system would cost. She said about $10,000.
$10,000 is a good estimate. Yep.
So, based on that figure, my question is, do you believe it's pragmatic or economic for a new solar user, prospective client, potential customer, solar customer, to spend that cash and look to only save about $400 per year on their energy bill?
I was hoping that you would ask that because I think we were a bit fast and loose with the calculations that Ms. Everett mentioned. So I actually have those calculations in my testimony and or in my exhibit rather, and it's a lot closer to $800 per year.
Okay.
So that same 7.2 kW system.
So new solar will look to save about $800 a year, based on
for that
Dominion's
7.2 kW system. Yeah, and I also hope that we go through a little bit smaller system because the rate was designed to incentivize those smaller systems that aligned with customer load. But
right. So moving forward, I know we have the folks that are grandfathered in, but the new rate for new solar, their incentive to install solar panels on their home will be the tax credits, and we don't know how long they will last, but they're here today, so we'll take them into consideration. And an approximation of about $800 a year in savings on their electric bill.
Yeah, and that's the first year. Yep.
That's the first. Is when you make that distinction.
So it varies a bit over time because we expect all other things held constant that desk might grow their rates at inflation or higher. I use inflation because it's conservative. So
right.
If you think about it in real dollars, it stays about at 800.
At $800. I mean, in your opinion, based on your knowledge and experience, you said you're an economics nerd. I mean, does that appear to be a good investment? And stated another way, do you think it incentivizes growth in that sector? And I'm specifically talking about residential rooftop.
Yeah, so you can
especially one more caveat, especially considering what the rate is now. So everyone knows what the rate is now. I think the savings are about $1,300 plus, maybe close to $1,400 a year. We're being asked to consider the Dominion tariff, which shaves that down to about $800. And that sends a signal that maybe at some time in the future we may even continue to shave that number down. It is based on all this information, or at least we'll be asked to shave it down. Based on all that information, does it seem practical to make that type of investment?
So even for that large system that we're talking about here, which is the largest system I analyzed at 7.2 kW, it is about twice as high as the customer's average peak load. So they're going to be exporting a lot of energy. And that's not properly sized for the new desk rate. Even with that oversized system, it is not incentivized. You're getting a guaranteed 5.5% return on your investment, right? And so that's significantly over something you might get in like a bond market, right? With a smaller system, like that 3 kW system that is aligned with a customer's average hourly peak load, which is about 3 kW for residential, you get a 13% return, which is almost double that of the returns you get from the S&P 500. So that's a pretty good investment.
I don't disagree with you there. Tell me this: how much is it to install the smallest system?
So for that smaller system, the 3 kW system that we were just talking about, it's after tax credits. You're looking at about $4,000. The initial capital outlay is about 7.7 thousand, and then you get 4,000 back from the tax credits.
So let's talk about that smallest system. Now, your testimony is that Dominion's tariff is designed to incentivize that smallest system. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it also true that a larger system leads to more of a cost shift when a rooftop solar user sells essentially energy back to the grid? That creates more of a cost shift. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's right, for the same customer. So if you hold the customer's consumption constant, so you don't do anything like, change their house or add an addition or something like that.
Okay. Do you think there should be any rule or law policy that prohibits a residential customer from installing a system that's too large, if you will?
I don't, I don't think that there should be a policy that prohibits it, right? But I think that what you want to do with, and this is far into opinion, so this is not any formal economic analysis, but it's my opinion that you should use policy to incentivize customers to align their behavior with the societal outcome that you're trying to achieve. So rather than forcing them to do one thing or the other, you can use economic levers to change their behavior.
Yeah, I'm curious. I like hard numbers, similar to Mr. Knapp. It helps me make better decisions, and I'm just wondering what that cost shift today would look like if residential rooftop solar on obviously residential properties were limited to the size. The system was limited to the size that they needed for their consumption. Because
I think
that's where a lot of the cost shift comes from.
I think that that's a fair statement. It's driven by those exports, right? Again, I think about it as, you're using the grid or your neighbor's consumption as a battery, right? The other way to do it, the other way to eliminate that cost shift is through battery storage, right? The problem is that customer-sided battery storage right now is expensive. And so it's difficult to incentivize customers to install a coupled battery system with their PV unless you offer large incentives. And that, again, can create another kind of cost shift.
Right. All right. Thank you for your testimony. Any more questions?
Chair Williams, could I follow up?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We got Commissioner. Well, I'm going to do this. I'm going to come to you last, Commissioner Caston, since you had opportunity to ask some questions. I'm going to go to Commissioner Powers and then Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really just one question, and Mr. Robinson, you got thrown under the bus by Ms. Everett. The question I asked her was that under the Dominion's proposal, the financial attractiveness of new solar for rooftops would be somewhat reduced. Can you quantify the difference between current and expected average payback period for a residential customer solar installation between the existing rates and your proposed rates?
Correct. Yeah. Would you like me to talk about the payback between the current and existing?
Just what the period of time difference would be Just my,
Yeah.
and my point to her was, if the time gets long enough, then the younger the person needs to be to purchase, solar. As
Yeah.
you can see from,
So, oh, sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
go ahead.
Yeah, so again, 2021, because these things change a bit over time. But if we look at just the residential customers and we look at that smaller system size, the 3 kW system that I was just walking through, under the existing NEM rate, the payback period is about 8.3 years. Under the new solar, 8.1 years. My mistake. Under the new solar choice rate, that goes up to the 8.3. So you go from 8.1 years to 8.3 numbers, 3 years. So there is a small increase in the payback period.
Thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
Mr. Robinson, thank you for taking more questions and helping to fill out our understanding. I want to pick up on what Commissioner Powers said and ask you to do the same comparison for the 7.2 kilowatt.
Yeah. So for the 7.2 kilowatt system, there is a larger change in that payback period. The 7.2 kW system under the original rates has a very similar payback to before. It's about 8.1 years. And the reason that that doesn't change is because of that retail net energy metering. There's all those exports that are being compensated at the retail rate. And so the payback stays just about the same regardless of the system size. So call it 8.1 years. Under the solar choice rate, that larger system that's exporting more energy has a higher payback, meaning that it's less economic. It's about 13 years.
Thank you. You were also referred to us to ask to kind of explain the characteristics of the typical solar customer in South Carolina.
Yeah. Do you mean the load profiles of those customers or the generation profile or something else?
Maybe economic background, why they participate, more demographics.
Yeah. So I will say that I did not conduct a detailed demographic analysis of South Carolina solar PV adopters, but I have done similar studies in other jurisdictions where we did discrete choice analysis and customer profiling. So some of these insights may be a bit generalized and not specific to South Carolina customers, but I'll do my best.
Okay.
So typically what we see is that early on, that innovator or early adopter class that I mentioned, those tend to be customers that, if not wealthy, they have a large amount of capital available. So it's difficult to talk about income versus wealth and those kind of things, right? Because they may not be perfectly aligned. Retired individuals are a great example where they may have capital available, but low incomes. So typically customers that have income available and are also interested in the technology in and of itself. And this may be because, they're electrical engineers, they're power nerds, right? They may be the same people that have meters on their panels they, purchase themselves. They can also be customers that are extremely motivated by the desire to reduce their dependence on something like electric utility. They could also be customers that are interested in, a green or energy conservation type of attitude.
Mm-hmm.
To make, again, generalizations. As the market increases and matures, and particularly what we've seen with third-party ownership or leasing is that you enter into a broader segment of the market away from those innovators and more towards people who might be just interested in, saving money on their power bill, right? As you have systems that are economic, you can make that technology appealing to a broader segment of the population. We still sometimes need capital investment, so customers that have cash on hand, particularly for those cash purchased or loan systems. There may be credit rating requirements that some of solar installers or loan guarantors require. I'm just going to pause there because I was feeling like I was getting a little bit long-winded. Did that answer the question?
Yeah, and I'm asking more about I appreciate the history because that's helpful to understand, but kind of looking now at the kind of adopters that we would have is what these are the people that this choice is going to impact. Yeah.
So I think relative to those innovators right now, because of that market maturity that I talked about, it is a much more mainstream segment of the population. Mm-hmm. However, that's still, relative to, I would say, the average South Carolinian, what that long-run equilibrium market share being low suggests is that still, you're still in one kind of quartile of the population, right? It's already subsetted down. So it may not be, your average South Carolinian customer that's adopting solar right now. It's still going to be a smaller subset of that population, but within that smaller subset, you're reaching the more mainstream customers within that smaller, more interested population.
Okay. I'm going to ask you one final question, and it's really the flip of something that a previous commissioner has asked you, and that is, how does this solar choice metering program, Tariff, avoid disruption?
Yeah. So again, this idea of disruption is a really important one. So what I always go back to is that what disruption means in economic sense is that an industry is disrupted if the fundamental business model has shifted. And this can either be through increased competition or because of something fundamentally changing about the business. And that's, again, what we've seen in areas like mobility and digital entertainment. So under the solar choice tariff, because there's still this opportunity to install solar PV under very similar economics, it's very unlikely that it will create an industry disruption, right? Because if you can get, if we're changing the payback by, a month or two, it's not going to fundamentally offer a different price signal to customers. It would shift that market into a different phase, right? What will change about the solar PV market is that those systems that installers are offering should be smaller. And the installers, if they are rational and can do the same basic payback period calculation that I've done, or they, have access to this public material, is they would size the systems down. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that means that the system size will be smaller and match the customer's load better.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's no more questions.
Commissioner Caston.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I'm sorry, there was something I meant to ask you earlier, and Commissioner Powers actually reminded me of it when he talked about you being thrown under the bus by Witness Everett, because she did mention your name to ask you, I think, these questions. I had asked about the annual cost shift for the residential. I'd heard $12, I'd heard $16 a year. Do you know what that is?
She may have been referring to another witness for the cost shift. I didn't calculate the total value of the cost shift on a per customer or per month basis.
So
Chair,
So I just misunderstood her then probably. So you're not the guy she threw under the bus.
Not that particular bus, no.
Chairman Williams. Chairman Williams.
Attorney Gissendanner.
I was just going to inform the commission, Mr. Caston, that I believe Mr. Rooks is prepared to provide that information.
Mr. Rooks, Commissioner Caston.
Y'all are loading his wagon pretty high, I can tell. So
he has a very full plate at this time.
That's good. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Well, one other thing, just to make sure, kind of building on what Commissioner Powers and Commissioner Williams said. So if I'm understanding you in the questions I asked too, that thinking about the S-curve and how markets work, that you're saying your calculations, your professional opinion, that the proposed solar choice tariff will not disrupt the growing market. In other words, at the, I guess, steep slope of the rapid growth, you're saying the market is naturally beyond that, but it will continue to grow, and the solar choice tariff will not have any effect on the slope of that line?
I can't say that it won't have any effect on the slope of that line. It may change things a bit. Like I mentioned, there is a small change in that payback period, a couple months. And so that may change. You know, if I ran my adoption forecast, it's likely that would, you know, decrease things a bit. However, what my model holds constant is, you know, solar PV installation prices. And what we've seen in other territories is that, and again, I did not conduct this analysis for desk territory, but what we've seen in other territories is that because there is a large difference between the cost of solar PV and the price of solar PV, there is a lot of margin, a lot of profit for installers right now. And that's clear in, you know, in NREL reports, it's clear in the cost modeling that we do, and it's clear in the historic trajectory of prices if you look at a state like Nevada. And so what we might expect is that the price of solar will actually go down in South Carolina because installers are responding to that, you know, slightly lower payback. In order to offer the same payback to the customer, they'll offer a slightly lower price and therefore take a slightly lower profit. And the size of that difference in some states can be as high as $1 a watt. So whether there is significant potential for that margin compression in South Carolina, I can't say because I haven't done the analysis. But we have seen in states like Nevada, states like Arizona, states like Hawaii that have done NEM reform, is we have seen that margin compression and the payback periods to be more or less stable.
All right. So what I'm hearing, well, first of all, I'm glad you said that. No, that you did not say that the slope of the line wouldn't change, because I was going to challenge you on that one a good bit. But if I'm understanding what you just said, is, correct me if I'm wrong, are you saying that your research indicates that there is a significant margin with room to adjust if solar providers, manufacturers, sellers, or whatever, reduce that margin or their profit? I think that's what I heard you say, and that, are you implying that the profit margin and cost will not change unless there's pressure for it to change. And this could have a positive benefit of pressuring that margin to change. Is that what I'm understanding you to say?
With the caveat that I did not conduct this analysis in South Carolina, we've done this analysis in other jurisdictions. And you can also see that historic price response by installers in areas where the retail rates do change. So my testimony would be based on that in this case. So not distinct to desk. I have not done any margin compression analysis in desk territory, but we know a couple things. One is that, the cost of, and I'm talking about cost here, for residential PV installations, according to our component cost modeling, is around, $1.30 to $1.50 a watt. And prices on average are around $2.50 a watt. So the rest of that is captured in some of that is soft costs like customer acquisition costs, and the rest is profit. And what we've seen in other territories is that installers will offer a lower price in order to hit the same payback for their customers, and they absorb the change. And that margin has been as high as 60% in some territories.
So this is very interesting information I was not aware of and have not heard. So you're saying that you have anecdotal evidence from other places where this has factually occurred, or is this more opinion?
So we measure it in two ways. We have conducted the analysis, and it's actually part of the public dockets in Arizona, for example, where we have conducted margin compression analysis, and where we measure the size of that margin based on TPO lease agreements, cost modeling, and the price offered to the customer. And we can also see it historically in territories where there has been a shift in rate. We can look at the price offered before the rate shift and the price offered after the rate shift over very close, two time periods that are very close. And what we would expect is that, if you look at year over year, solar PV in the last few years have decreased by about 4%, but prices might fall by more than that, indicating that there's a non-cost driven price change. And what that means is that a lot of solar PV installers will price based on the value they're able to offer, based on the payback. In other words, they just set their prices to hit a certain payback instead of cost pricing, i.e. offering solar PV at a certain price that is 10% or 15% higher than the cost of the system.
Very interesting. I would like to tell you, I know this is the case, but I looked through your stuff and I gotta be honest, some of it's a tad beyond my comprehension at this point in time. But is any of this information in your information, in your testimony and exhibit?
Like I mentioned, Guidehouse did not conduct this analysis in desk territory, but there are other public proceedings where we have conducted margin compression analysis. I'd point you specifically to the 2016 proceeding in Arizona, for example.
Okay, thank you very much. That was interesting. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Gisnaner from Dominion Energy.
Yes, proceed.
Yeah, I was just going to say if Commissioner Caston would like for us to provide the information that Mr. Robinson refers to as a late filed exhibit, we'd be happy to do so. just let us know.
Yes, I would. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll certainly do that. Thank you.
All right. Any other commissioner questions? That'll be, that late file exhibit will be hearing exhibit 5. Mr. Robinson, I don't think there are any more questions for you, but I do have one, just in response to the line of questioning from Commissioner Caston. I think I heard you say that if Dominion Solar Choice Tariff is approved, that it may lower the cost of solar because installers may lower their price. But could they also decide to get out of the business because it's no longer profitable, or as profitable as they believe it should be?
Yeah, and again, I'd point to the example of Nevada, right, where you did see those, 3 big third-party owners pull out of the market. Mostly, again, this is my opinion, but my opinion was that was probably a political statement, because after that, there were some revisions to the policy, and the Nevada market has recovered. But yes, it is possible that the prices do not compress, and that installers decrease their activity because of those 2-month change in payback, and that the installations decrease. That is possible. I would say the most likely trajectory that we're on would be that a few months in payback does not make a big difference, and that installation rates continue at the stable levels we've seen from 2019 and 2020.
All right. Thank you, sir, for answering our questions.
Chairman Williams, if I may clarify the record, I recognize it's quite late.
Sorry. Sir, could you identify yourself?
Yes, absolutely. I turned on my video, so I assumed that you knew who I was. I apologize for that. It's Taylor Spear for Alder Energy Systems, and Chairman Williams requesting a very brief moment to readdress some things that were said just recently by the witness. I'm not going to be opening any new ground.
All right.
This is Matt Gissner from Dominion Energy. I'm unclear if Witness Spear is making a statement or trying to ask more questions, because I haven't had a chance to redirect, and if I choose not to redirect, then that ends the matter.
You're right.
Yeah,
I forgot all about you, Attorney Gissendanner.
Yeah. So
is there
Dominion
any
Energy,
before you? So I'm going to ask you to pause, Mr. Spear. Attorney Gissendanner, do you have any redirect?
I have no redirect, and Dominion Energy South Carolina would ask that this witness be excused.
All right. The witness is excused.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Urban.
Before we excuse the witness, may I ask a couple of questions?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Scott, you're a bright guy, and I'm telling you, whatever they're paying you is not enough.
I'm going to quote you on that.
You need to up your rates. You really do. But in all seriousness, I wanted to follow up with you on a couple of points that you made.
Commissioner Urban, if you could turn your camera on.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Can you see me now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott, you made some great points today, and I commend you for, your understanding of the issues. But here's the problem that I have. There's a fine line between adjusting of what it costs, rates, and helping out the utility going forward versus killing the industry. So I'd like to hear you talk about that for a minute.
Yeah. So again, kind of goes back to this idea of, disruption, because it's clear in, Act 62, there's, Section A goes through the intent, and then Section G goes through the direction. And in the intent, it specifically says to avoid disruption of the growing market for customer scale distributed energy resources, right? And so I think that's what you're referring to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I'd again say the way we think about this when we're forecasting is that disruption of an industry happens when there is a fundamental change to the business model, when that business model is shifted, right? And that can either be through competition, something like we've seen in digital entertainment. Everybody knows about Netflix and Hulu and what they've done to the cable industry. And similarly, we saw the same thing in solar PV around 2009 or so in most territories, where the introduction of third-party ownership disrupted the business model of a lot of kind of small electricians and those kind of mom and pop installers that were installing systems. Disrupted the market. So the most clear way to think about this is there going to be a dramatic business-changing shift in either the economic proposition offered to the customer or the value offered to the customer? It will disrupt that industry. So the indicators that we look to are things like the rate of return, right? If one customer is offered a rate of return that is 4 or 5 times as high by another installer or a different business model, you'd expect them to shift to that business model, right? For solar PV, what we're looking for indicators of this potential disruption is a big change in the rate of return, the bill ratio, or the payback periods offered to solar PV customers under Solar Choice. And to go back to what we've seen and what I showed is that the payback period, for example, is going to change likely from under the original NEM tariff to an average of 8.1 years to 8.3 years under the Solar Choice tariff. That magnitude of change is likely not enough to disrupt the industry. It may shift that marginal installation rate down a tiny bit, or it could just create a change in prices as profits are compressed.
But Scott, what if we're wrong and we end up like Nevada, where solar just withdraws from the market? What happens to them?
If those large TPO installers do leave the market in South Carolina, it would likely cause a shift in installations because they make up a large percentage of the market. They do. And I'm talking about, Tesla, Vivint, Sunrun, etc. Right? Those are the same parties that left in Nevada, and they tend to be the ones that are also, more political.
And so that's a risk that we're looking at, correct? I mean, that could happen in South Carolina.
It's a risk, but anytime. So again, from my economics hat, anytime we're assessing risk, you look at it in terms of the value and the likelihood of that happening. And so in this case, it is a significant downside risk, but the likelihood of it happening through the lens of this customer economics, which is the best way to look at it, is small.
Why would you characterize it as small, given the Nevada example?
The change between the original NEM tariff and Solar Choice in terms of the economics to the customer are very slight. It's, a few months of payback that change. And if you look at it from a rate of return standpoint, which, customers arguably is the best way to examine two different investments. So if you look at it from the rate of return standpoint, in 2021, under the solar choice tariff, a residential customer can expect something like a 13% return on investment in that 3 kW system. 13%. And then under the original tariff, that same rate of return is just about the same, 13%. So because the rate of return isn't shifting anything, to the right of 3 or 4 decimal places, and the payback is only shifting a few months, it's unlikely to cause this big dramatic disruption or the pull-out of solar installers. Really, the economics under the solar choice tariff are quite good.
Well, the other thing that concerns me, we've talked about some benefits of, the fact that we can balance the cost benefit analysis, but have you even considered the number of jobs, high paying jobs in South Carolina that would be lost if we had a significant decline in enrollment for rooftop solar?
No, haven't conducted that economic analysis at all. I would suggest that if you would look at that analysis, right? If you wanted to understand how many jobs could potentially be lost, what you would do is take the number of jobs that are represented by those solar installers in South Carolina that are likely to, abandon ship if, all heck breaks loose or things get super political. And you would multiply that and by the first order economic benefits that those jobs offer, and then multiply that by the expectation of that kind of disastrous disruption to happen. And so what happens when you multiply those 3 things together is that the likelihood, so that last term in my equation that I'm kind of like writing out for you right now, that the likelihood, because the likelihood is very small, because it's going to be a function of the change in the economic opportunity for solar PV, that the best guess at that downside risk, the impact of that downside risk is going to be very small also. Does that make sense? I'm sorry if that was a little convoluted.
Yeah, no, that's okay. But Scott, you would agree with me that going forward, these jobs in the solar industry are high-paying jobs. You would agree with that?
I don't know the exact pay rate for solar industry jobs with respect to the median income in South Carolina. I'm not sure about that.
Well, I'm going to ask you to assume that based on the available data in the public arena, that I want you to assume that solar jobs are high paying. That would increase the impact if we lost those jobs, would it not, in South Carolina?
Yeah, to the exact factor that those jobs are higher than, some hypothetical. That's right. So, if you could get, I don't know, $65,000, $75,000 as a, installer, and the alternative was, $65,000 as a construction worker in another, similar industry, and you would look at the delta that 10,000 would be the net impact. But again, you want to multiply that by the expectation of the industry being disrupted.
That's right. And so What we're saying is, and I'm sure you know this, that South Carolina is a relatively poor state. We have a number of, residents that are living at or below the poverty line. I think a third or more are living below the poverty line. So these jobs are important to our economy. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, so I don't know how many solar PV jobs there are in South Carolina, but I do agree that any job is important, especially for lower income customers.
Thank you, Scott. No further questions.
All right. Anything else for this witness? All right. Hearing nothing. A few administrative matters we need to.
Chairman Williams, if I could clarify one point, I recognize it's late. I'll be brief if I'm given leave.
I can't see who's talking.
Again, I apologize. I did not identify myself.
Attorney
Taylor Spear
Spear.
for Alder Energy Systems.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Gissendanner with Dominion Energy South Carolina. I have no redirect of this witness, and that does not allow Mr. Spear to then continue to ask questions. I've already asked, I have no redirect, and I've asked that this witness be excused.
Yeah, got you. And I agree with you, and I thought Attorney Spear I thought he was going to say something else. I thought you had something to say, Attorney Spear.
No, I was seeking leave to ask an additional question.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Previously ruled on that one. No redirect, no recross.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. Procedural matters. Tomorrow, we will start this hearing at 3 p.m. Any questions about that? All right. We are in recess until 3 p.m. tomorrow.